Tonight I present to you all a cautionary tale. It is a tale about the foolishness and the foibles of attempting to believe that, as a woman, you will have a fulfilled life attempting to fill the role of a producer. And I can think of no better example than Mary J. Blige. For those of you who are not aware, she was at one awards show a few years ago after filing for divorce from her husband, allegedly on grounds of infidelity. Her husband was her manager. Mary files for divorce, and the husband tells her that, well, I'm going to be getting alimony, so when you get paid, I get paid. Mary, apparently being completely oblivious to the way in which these things work, apparently didn't think fat meat was greasy. She found out that fat meat was greasy, unhealthy, clogs arteries, among other things. And she has been having to pay this man alimony ever since. She was recently at the Super Bowl during the halftime show, which has been really, really good for her career. But then again, that is what Mary J. Blige has focused on her entire life, was her career. However, if she had been thinking about something different, then things could have gone in another direction. What is it that she did wrong? Why is it that this doesn't work? Why is it that this is a fool's errand? Why is it that this turns out so badly every time you try it? It turns out badly every time you try it because by definition, it cannot work. It can't work because it's counter to your actual goals. Before we get into that, I want to first go ahead and review a little bit of the details here. Want to reveal a little bit of the details here from cheatsheet.com. They talk about how Mary J. Blige says her ex-husband, Kendu Isaacs, left her broke and with low self-esteem. So it talks about how she's in the middle of a major revitalization of her career, which is not very bad for her, to be totally honest, especially at 51 years old. Yeah, there's a key fact to keep in mind there, by the way. Mary J. Blige is 51. Now, it says the singer says she was broke amid the divorce and couldn't afford alimony. In 2017, Blige was ordered to pay Isaacs, who also served as her manager during their 13-year marriage. 13-year marriage now. She was ordered to pay him $30,000 a month in alimony. Initially, Isaacs requested more than $120,000 from Blige for his monthly expenses. At the time, Blige accused Isaacs of infidelity. She also alleged that he spent the money on his longtime mistress. Now remember, when this happens to men, ladies, y'all gotta hold this L, because when this happens to men, you all don't sit there and say, well, she cheated. You all say, well, if he had been better to her, she wouldn't have had to cheat. So ladies, hold this L. If Mary had done some things different, could she have prevented her husband from cheating? Nobody likes adulthood when it's laid at their feet, but by the way, just thought I would throw that out there. By the way, ladies. All right. In any case, they go on to say here, in a single, Rent Money, and she put out a new single, or she put out a single for of Rent Money on her new album, Blige sings about not having enough money to pay her rent. Blige says it's a true account of what she dealt with amid her divorce proceedings. Quote, Rent Money is about when I first got divorced, she told Angie Martinez, as reported by Yahoo News. I had to give up all this alimony, and I didn't have no more money to give because he had spent it all. How the hell does he spend all of your money, Mary? After you file for divorce, how does he spend it all? Really? Come on now. You can't just go around and just say, okay, I'm upset, I'm just going to make stuff up. There's something called math. How did you spend up all your money, Mary? Come on now. In any case. So I had to go, I had to go on tour and make all the money back to pay the alimony. She continued, I didn't have no money to pay my rent and all this other stuff. Rent and all this other stuff. I wonder what the all this other stuff is, because her Instagram been popping all the damn time all these years. So what's all this other stuff? All right, Mary. All right. Luckily, she was able to see the silver lining through the bad ordeal and felt free despite being bonded by paying Isaacs. Quote, but it's also a metaphor, like I didn't have my soul. I was just drained of everything, so it was time for somebody to pay. Sometimes you just feel like somebody gotta pay. Well, yeah, the somebody is you. Now, here comes the next paragraph, and by the way, this is going to sound so damn familiar. There is really this social psychodrama that has been accepted among the culture of females today, and this next part is going to sound so damn familiar to all of you. Before we get to that, by the way, go ahead and hit the likes for me, everyone. Go ahead and hit the likes and share the program. I know I've been broadcasting a lot more here on The Business than usual, but don't let us down on that regard. YouTube is trying very hard to bury the program. They are burying it. They're not notifying people that we're on. So you all make sure, hit the likes for me and definitely go ahead and share it, because YouTube is hard at work to bury the program. They are not happy at all to hear an actual adult conversation from a place that has practical discussion, not just fools sitting around whining at each other. So make sure you go ahead and hit the likes for me here. Now, they're going to say that Blige's new album is all about self-love. Wasn't the last 5 or 6 albums about the same damn thing? The 51-year-old Power Book 2 Ghost star says for the first time in her life, she's feeling confident in her looks, both how she feels on the inside and looks on the outside. Quote, I didn't feel beautiful. Like for real, not just, hey, I'm pretty, but actually believing it, until about 2016. Blige said in an interview with Elle magazine on identifying her beauty. At the time, she was still married to Isaacs. Blige said she already went into the marriage with insecurities, and as time went on in their relationship, he added to them. Boy, I'm telling you, ladies, okay. Quote, if you've been beat down mentally by someone, you're never pretty enough. You're never smart enough. Nothing's ever good enough. Wasn't he your manager, ma'am? Wasn't he your manager? She also told the host of The Breakfast Club that she felt Isaacs, quote, hated me more than I hated myself. Some people define themselves by anger. Some people define themselves by animosity, and they need somebody to hate. And you see this with a lot of females. When they become self-destructive, rather than stopping and looking at themselves and saying, I'm the source of the problem, they instead find a target to direct their anger, their vitriol towards, so that they offload it from themselves. Well, I might be bad, but he's worse. Really? And he was her manager, by the way. This man was doing nothing but good for you. But you gotta hate somebody. During a recent appearance on The View, Blige said that she began a daily practice of speaking positively into the mirror at herself in order to trick herself into loving herself. Quote, the title came from a place when I was in a lot of bondage, in a dark place, and I had to learn how to speak positive affirmations and positive things over my life to get out of the dark situation, she said. Now, this is a woman who has been a bona fide hit, bona fide rich. She's had all types of success, and yet she's going to tell you all that at the age of 45, it wasn't until she got to 45 that she realized any of this. So the previous 2.5, 3 decades don't matter. Okay. Think about that for just a few moments. This literally doesn't make mathematical sense, but okay. Last, they sit up here and talk about, she may have a new man. Okay. Wait till you hear this. I'm sorry. No, that's actually older. I'm not going to go into that. She's talking about having positive affirmations. And if that sounds familiar to you, that should. If it sounds familiar to you, it should, because haven't we been hearing, isn't this usually the way these things go down? When these women go out here and get divorced, when they go out here and start running the streets again, they just kind of go into a cycle of things, and they tell you the same thing every time. Oh, the best thing I ever did for myself, it's a new chapter ahead. I'm going into bigger and better things. It is just so positive. I'm just so blessed. I'm just so blessed to be able, I'm having spiritual growth. I am having spiritual growth. I am just opening myself up, I'm sure you are, to the new possibilities. Yeah, it all sounds the same. Whenever failure hits, they come back and they start talking about how this is all spiritual growth. If you ladies keep growing anymore, you're going to become redwoods. Give it up. Give it up. This is denial. This is not growth. This is regression, not progression. Make sure to go ahead and hit my likes for me, everyone. Make sure to hit the likes for me here, and make sure you share this also. This is very important for us. Because what I want to go into here tonight, I want to explain to you why this is a cautionary tale and why there is a hell of a lot you can learn. Because Mary J. Blige is typical of the female experience today, because it is a myth, it is a superstition that you can become a producer. You will desire it, but you cannot actually achieve this. Thank you for hitting the likes, everyone, because we need a pop like that, and we want folks to understand that you're feeling what you're hearing here, because you're going to hear the truth about this tonight. Ladies, let me explain to you why you cannot be a producer. Or at least, let me explain to you what will happen if you try. Let me explain to you what will happen if you walk out there and you attempt to fill the role of becoming a producer. Let me explain to you what will happen. Number one, you will lose your femininity, and you're going to have to compete on male terms. Remember what Mary just sat here and told you, that after decades in the business, after all these magazine covers, album covers, interviews, all the thirst trap pictures and everything else, after all these decades, Mary says she didn't feel pretty. She didn't feel beautiful. Now, when a woman says that she doesn't feel pretty or beautiful, what she means is, I don't feel like I have received positive male affirmation of my womanhood. All these females sitting around talking about how great she is didn't do a damn thing for her. She wants to hear the men respond that way. And it doesn't just mean men looking to sleep with you. It means men coming with resources. Men saying that they value you for more than just sex. She didn't have that. She didn't have it. She's telling you all these decades it ain't been there. Sound familiar? Aisha Curry. Folks, there's a reason why you're hearing this go around and around. You hear this from your mothers, your sisters, your nieces, your co-workers. But if a woman attempts to become a producer, it goes off the rails immediately, because first and foremost, you're going to lose your femininity, because you are out here attempting to compete in the world on male terms. So the first thing that has to go is your femininity. You're now out here in the rat race. You are now trying to do your own perverted version of a masculine competitor. That's the first reason it can't work. By definition, you can't be a female producer, because by definition, once you start attempting to do that, your femininity goes out the window. You can't have both. throwing sharp elbows and jostling for position and checking people against the glass. That's what men do. Women can't do that. Psychologically, emotionally, if you attempt to, you just become this really abrasive, belligerent facsimile of a male, but it falls apart. You can't actually do it. And folks can fill your head and feed your head with every misconception you want. You can't get there from here. Once you start taking on those masculine traits, that becomes a problem. Once you start taking on these masculine traits, that becomes a problem. And why does that become a problem? Because it becomes a feedback loop that feeds into itself, because you will find that men will no longer be your protector and provider. That's the next thing that happens when a woman tries to become a producer. You have changed. Therefore, the environment around you has changed. You have altered. Therefore, the environment around you has altered. And thank you to everybody who has contributed to tonight's program, either on PayPal, CashApp, or Super Chat. We appreciate that. So Dread the Lion, we appreciate that. My man Rich coming through. Thank you very much for that as well. Next up is that men no longer want to be your protector or provider. Of course not. Because of rule number 1, you are now our competitor. We don't see you as a woman anymore. We see you as our competition. You know why? Because you're coming to the damn breakfast table every morning with a freaking knife in your hands. You're coming to the table every morning with a sword and your shield in your hands. No, we cannot see you as a woman in need who is vulnerable. There's nothing vulnerable about you. You're combative. You're hostile. You're angry. It bleeds out of everything that you do. So men no longer see you as anything that needs to be protected or provided for. They see you as their competitor. They see you as an adversary. They see you as an opponent to be defeated. They see you as an opponent to be defeated. That's the problem. So as a woman, you completely lose yourself. And you lose yourself because as you cannot come into your womanhood fighting for survival. You cannot be that which nurtures and nourishes while you are fighting for survival. It doesn't work that way. You can't be a woman and then give up your vulnerability. Your vulnerability is the only thing that establishes and grounds your womanhood. You can't give it up. Any attempt to do so will destroy your womanhood. And in the process, it will make the men say, yeah, the men who actually are protectors and providers will avoid you like the plague. Because by definition, a woman can't really beat men at their own game unless that woman resorts to deceit. You can't have that. A woman isn't really going to be able to compete in a male arena and win unless she resorts to deceit. She will have to. She doesn't possess the extra level of aggression that men do. She doesn't possess the amount of logical calculation that men do. To beat men, she's going to have to resort to some level of treachery. She's going to have to pit the men against each other. She will have to call in a much larger number of females to back her up, but she's going to have to resort to treachery or deceit on some level. That's the only way she can win. Well, guess what? Men realize this, and they will be very wary because they understand, okay, if she's gunning for my spot, I can't believe anything she says, and I can't be her protector because if I turn my back, she's going to slide a shank in between my ribs. So that cannot happen. The other problem with these other two rules I just gave you here is rule number 3, you alienate other women. Other women ain't got a use for a broad stacking her own money. They don't have any use for you. And more importantly, a woman who's got her own money don't have use for other women. Let's be very clear. A woman who's got her own money, she don't want to see a bunch of gals running up on her when you all go take your girl trips. The chick who's making the most money out of all of y'all, she ain't there to come take care of any of you. You got to buy your own mimosas. You got to buy your own flip-flops. You got to buy your own souvenirs. Women don't take care of other women. We just passed Valentine's Day. Women don't buy gifts for each other. Women don't protect and provide for each other. Now they gang up to demand collective benefits, but if you leave it to just them by themselves, the women are like, oh no, heifer, you get up off your ass and build and produce on your own. Women don't slide into the role of builder for other women. And the females listening to me right now, you know it's the damn truth. When you go to a place out with your girlfriends and whatnot, none of y'all cover the bill for everyone. You all don't cover the bill for everyone. Everybody got to pay for their own. Everybody's got to pay their own way. And if you ever did have a situation where one of your girlfriends didn't pay, that would be the last time you would go anywhere with her. You would tell the rest of them, yes, she don't get to go with us. She doesn't get to go with us. No, she looking for us to treat her like a dude. We're not going to take care of her. Women don't do that. So if you're a woman who attempts to become a producer, the problem is there isn't any part of you that seeks to take care of other women, so you alienate them. And other women are not impressed by your money. Your money doesn't raise your value in the eyes of other women. There are women who want to take things from you, but as far as admiration and respect, other women don't have admiration and respect for a female who, quote unquote, makes her own money. Other women don't have admiration and respect for that. Because that is something that works for men. That works for men. We admire men who are able to stack wealth and resources because that's a sign of accomplishment. We talk about Bill Gates. Oh, you respect him for his money. Warren Buffett, you respect his ability to make money. We don't respect Oprah's ability to make money. We don't respect that. That's not something that we sit there and like, wow, that's really great that she can do X, Y, Z. You talk about what she's got, but you don't talk about how she got it as an accomplishment. Her finances do not enhance her value. For men, truth be told, finances don't enhance our value either. Resourcefulness does. Because everybody knows that when a man gets money, he starts to distribute it. Let me say that again. Everybody knows when a man gets money, he begins to distribute it. When a woman gets money, she hoards it. She is offended at the idea of having to distribute what she's earned. She's offended by that. In a lot of cases, they don't like spending it on their own children. Women are offended when you talk about them distributing money. Certainly to other females, they're offended at that. There's no part of that that makes them happy or pleased or fulfilled. They don't consider that to be a great thing. Women are offended at the idea of protecting and providing for other adults. What's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. That's the female psyche. The female psyche is what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. And that's the way that they operate. Even the females who claim that they support other females. Remember, I showed you Amber Rose at the strip club. She's sitting there cheesing. She sure does like having pictures being taken of her there. But when you take a look at that hand, all you see is a handful of $1 bills. You done shook them butt implants and them stretch marks for $5 whole off of Amber. Somebody better call Mary J. Blige and let her know, old girl at the strip club, she needs some rent money too because she barely got gas money. She barely got a tank of gas in California off of Amber Rose. Yeah, women don't believe in breaking bread with each other like that. Men do. Women don't break bread with each other like that. Which is why another woman doesn't sit up here and cheer for your financial accomplishment, because she knows ain't nothing coming her way. It doesn't enhance your value because ain't nothing coming her way. If I'm telling the truth, go ahead and hit the thumbs up in the chat room and hit the likes for me. If I'm telling the truth, hit the thumbs up and hit the likes for me. Next up here, number 4, you lose your motherly instincts. Out the window goes your femininity, and along with that goes motherly instincts. Now you are useless to both males and females. Go to any job, any corporation, go find the female who is, quote, the head manager or whatnot. She's not a motherly figure. She doesn't inspire people. She's not the motherly type of figure that inspires people. She's the plantation mammy. She's this drill sergeant. She's constantly trying to prove that she's more aggressive than the men. She sees the men's attributes as a template and that she needs to double down on it. That whatever the men do, she needs to double down on that. And as a result, this is what develops. She loses the ability to inspire others, nurture others, cultivate others. She gains the ability to boss them around, to be bossy, and even the females listen to me. You know damn well that's what happens. Some of you are it. Women do not possess that ability to do so. When they attempt to become producers, the first thing that flies out the window is femininity. And along with that femininity, motherly instincts. The men can be the disciplinarians. Females do not handle masculine disciplinarianism the way men do. Men know how to use hard power. Females pick up hard power and start slinging it like a sledgehammer. That's not the way hard power works. That's not the way that hard power works. It becomes something that they use emotionally to gratify themselves, but it doesn't actually build from there. And the next thing, now this one is going to hit really close to home for a lot of you. This is going to hit close to home for a lot of your female celebrities. This is going to hurt, but you need to be told the truth. Along with everything else that you have lost, you are going to lose the ability to judge male competence. A woman does not respect a man who cannot protect and provide for her. If that woman pulls the wool over her own eyes and then tells herself, I will become protector and provider, the first thing that will fly out the window as a consequence of that is her ability to judge male competence. Because what she just said is, I will be the competent one. He doesn't have to be competent. I'll take care of that. I'll be the breadwinner. I'll be the producer. I'll be the smart one. I'll be the resourceful one. I'll be the innovative one. By definition, I'll be strong and independent. Then by definition, if you are strong and independent, then your male is allowed to be vulnerable and dependent. I won't even drop the mic on that one. As a woman, when you assume, or should I say, hijack the role of being a producer, you will lose the ability to judge male competence. Take a look at Nicki Minaj, oh hell. Take a look at Rihanna, damn. Take a look at Mary J. Blige. Take a look at Solange. We can go down the list. They've lost their ability to judge male competence because they are so hostile, angry, bitter, masculine. They walk in the room claiming that they will be the male competence. They walk in the room telling themselves, I will have the male competence, which of course is a contradiction in terms. And when it is time to choose a man, they choose him on attributes that do not matter. They choose him on attributes that don't mean anything. And that's the problem. They choose them on attributes that do not matter. Rihanna's sitting around there with ASAP Rocky, and because she's so ditzy and addle-brained at this point, and telling herself that she's a producer because she got a partnership for a cosmetics line, and listening to her fans blow her already bloated forehead up, she's sitting up here telling herself, yeah, don't worry, the man doesn't have to be the producer, and this is what she wound up with. This is the very definition of being unable to judge masculine competence. I can't say it any more succinctly. This is the very definition of being unable to judge male competence. When you sit here and watch him buying a Dooney and Burke, then you turn around and say, well, let me go ahead and have kids by him. You are a suicidal organism. And it cannot last because you have chosen ridiculously foolishly. You've chosen someone who doesn't have competence. He does not have male competence. And you cannot define femininity except juxtapositioned against masculinity. You can't steal the masculine and then say, well, don't worry, I'll compensate for the masculinity that he doesn't have. By definition, you won't be able to respect it. You need a man who's ready to go. You need a man who's ready to go. And there are a lot of hurt little girls out there who have become hurt old females out here. And so what you do is you look for a weak, vulnerable male, telling yourself that he will be safe. You look for a weak, vulnerable male, telling yourself that, well, I really need somebody who is safe. Because otherwise, he will be mean. Otherwise, he will be distracted. Otherwise, he could cheat. Otherwise, he could do X, Y, Z. Otherwise, he could hurt me. Ladies, a man ain't supposed to be safe. Mic drop. A man isn't supposed to be safe. We're not supposed to be vulnerable. We're not supposed to be dependent. We're not supposed to be emotional sponges. That's not what we're supposed to be. And when you go around looking for a man who is weak, vulnerable, dependent, easily conquered, easily broken, emotional, you are the one who is screwed up. The men are not supposed to be that. Any more than you are supposed to be the strong, independent one. No, you're not. The men are not supposed to be weak and vulnerable. And when you go looking for one who is weak and vulnerable, it will satisfy you for a time, and then life will happen. You'll be able to ignore his obvious deficiencies for a while. Depending upon how much suffering you're willing to do, you'll be able to ignore that for a while. But eventually you're going to start demanding it. You're going to be in a situation, something is going to happen. The laws of physics will not change. And at some point you are going to demand that masculine competence. And as a female, you cannot instruct a male on how to achieve masculine competence. And when you find that you're soft, weak, effeminate, emotionally available, vulnerable male who was so easy for you to manipulate, when you realize he lacks literally everything else, at that point, it will be like flipping a light switch. It will be a turn off to you, and you will start having utter contempt for him. His dumb ass will never see it coming. But a man's not supposed to be safe. A man is supposed to be strong. A man is supposed to be capable. A man is supposed to be focused on supporting everything around you, because protecting and providing for a woman is an indirect thing. What we do as the men is we facilitate the safe environment that allows you to survive. We're not supposed to sit there and hold your hand and watch The Damn Young and the Restless with you. We're supposed to make sure that you survive long enough to do those kind of things. We're not supposed to sit up here and sit there with you. That's not our purpose. A man is not supposed to sit here and be vulnerable and cater to you emotionally. A man is supposed to demonstrate the competence in the areas that you don't have it. And occasionally, you two will balance each other out emotionally. But it is not his priority to do that. No, a man is supposed to be emotionally dangerous. I did not say reckless. I did not say reckless. What I mean is that you're not supposed to be able to just snap your fingers and tame him. That's not what's supposed to happen. If you do, the moment you snap your fingers and he bows to attention, you lose respect for him. Oh, you'll sit up here and exploit him, just like men will take you for sex. Oh, you'll exploit it, all right. I mean, if a dude is ready to trick off his money, you'll take it. You sure will. You'll sit there until you've drained every dollar. You'll pretend that you like him. You'll pretend you respect him. You'll pretend you want to be there. Oh, you'll do that just like the men pretend to respect sluts. They say men love hoes. No, men love easy access to sex, and hoes have the easiest access to sex. But don't respect them. And there won't be any. Because there can't be any. Because you recognize this isn't masculine. You're looking for the man who says no. You're looking for the man who is a mountain. You are looking for the man who can survive without you. You're looking for a man who has a purpose outside of you. An unbreakable, unstoppable purpose outside of you that he will not give up and will not surrender. Women keep pulling at a man. In the modern era, women keep pulling at men, attempting to divorce them and dislodge them from their masculine attributes. And as soon as they have a man who is dislodged from it, they immediately destroy him. They immediately destroy him. Because women do not have respect for a man who submits to women. So by definition, yes, he will be dangerous. You talk about the bad boys and whatnot. Fellas understand what that means to the female psyche, to female biology, because this is biology. This is not sociology. This is biology. The male who will not bend, she is taking that as a cue that this is how he responds to everything in life. The male who bends and caters to her will, she's going to assume that's what you do with everything. That's why it is so important to understand why that's the kiss of death. That's why it's so important for you to understand why that is the kiss of death. She is looking for the individual who brings everything she doesn't, even if she says that's not what she wants. She's looking for the one who does. Show her that you are accomplished in your life and in what you are doing. That is demonstrating male competence. And you won't need to change. She will change because she has to. She will change because she must. But ladies, men are not supposed to be safe. Men are not supposed to be pushovers. Men are not supposed to be cream puffs. Men are not supposed to be sitting here and be all soft. You are. You are supposed to be the soft one. You're supposed to be the vulnerable one, not us. And what that means is that you must place your fate in that man's hands. You must place your being in that man's hands. And there are a lot of you who are afraid to do that because you haven't seen a woman actually do it. And instead of getting comfortable under a man's protection, you are instead out here suffering with the rest of the chicks. That's the definition of losing. Then they start, I tell you, female stubbornness and pride is a hell of a thing. They'll be sitting. You realize the majority of females who are homeless is because they were too prideful to say they were sorry. By the way, just thought I'd throw that out there. They were too prideful to tell somebody they were sorry. I'll just sit on the street corner, okay? Evolution will take its course. Last but not least, and this one's a big one. This one puts the exclamation point on everything else. What happens when a woman tries to be a producer? Even if these other things don't happen to you, even if these other things don't crush you, even if you think you've dodged all the rocks and the boulders and the lightning bolts and the savages, even if all these other things don't do you in, even if you quote unquote succeed, ultimately what happens is this. Even if you succeed, even if you become Mary J. Blige, Nicki Minaj, Aretha Franklin, yeah, I said it. We can go down the list. Tina Turner, even if you do succeed at this mission to become the Mad Queen, even if you do, your job becomes your man. And you will work. You will stay married to him until you die. You will work. You will have no identity outside of it because as the years go on, you're not fit to be with a man. The only place you are fit to be is at your job, your profession, whatever. And you lose everything else. You lose everything else. You sit back and look over your life as the men have slowly faded and all you have is a job to get up for or to go to. And that's it. And there are a bunch of you, you're not singers and entertainers, but there's a bunch of you right now, you're single moms, you're college students, you're working professionals, and all you've got is your job. You don't have anything else. You have no problem working all the holidays because ain't no damn body waiting for you. That's the definition of failure for a female. That's failure. And now in your attempts to try to protect yourself, you've made yourself more vulnerable than ever. You've lost not just your femininity, but in effect, you've lost your humanity now. But once that happens, you're too old to regain it. Why do you think these chicks are always running around talking about reinventing their damn selves? Come on, people. Edison didn't do this much inventing. They're going around reinventing themselves all the damn time. This journey of spiritual discovery, a journey is supposed to have a damn end point, which means a journey is supposed to have a damn end date. You're not supposed to just keep on walking and keep on walking. You're supposed to actually figure this damn thing out so that you can master your life. You're supposed to figure this damn thing out. And there's a bunch of you who don't know how. You don't have a frame of reference. You are lost. You're lost. Mary J. Blige has been complaining about men now since I was in high school. It's the same damn story with her. Decade after decade, man after man, year after year. For those of you who are middle-aged or older, y'all remember Mary J. Blige has been complaining about her dudes since we were kids. She's been complaining about a dude all this damn time. Ain't got it yet. Been complaining since what? Casey? JoJo? Whatever. From Jodeci, was that JoJo? I want to say. Was Casey or JoJo? I forget which one. The little crackhead. Ever since she's with JoJo, she been complaining before then. And you've never heard it stop. Every time you turn around, it's this, it's that, it's a new this, it's a new that, year after year. At what point has that journey of discovery actually been figured out? Decades later. All right, KC. Decades later. Decades later. At what point do you figure out what you're doing? And what I'm telling you is that it's the same old thing. She's 50-something years old now. 51. And no closer to figuring it out today than she was then. She is still talking and acting with the same affectations of a 21-year-old who's still trying to figure it out. And let me tell you something else, ladies. There ain't a damn thing sexy or attractive about a female who's 50 years old and still trying to figure it out. Any more than there's anything sexy or attractive to you about a man who is 50-something years old and still trying to figure it out. That's not sexy to you. You're looking for a man who's got it. You're looking for a man who knows. You're looking for a man that all the pieces are in place. You're looking for a man who understands. You're not looking for one who's trying to figure this damn thing out. You're looking for the one who's got it, not the one who's trying to got it, if I can say that. I am warning you, ladies, if you attempt to embark on this journey of quote-unquote becoming a producer, it will be horrendous. It will go terribly. It is doomed to failure before you even start. Because even if you make the money, you'll gain the money, but you'll lose your soul. Because this isn't a position that you can occupy. It's not one you were meant to occupy. It is not something that you were meant to do. You won't actually be able to achieve it. And you're not going to get praise and adoration. The things that work for men don't work for you. What works for the men isn't going to work for you. You can get out there and try your old poor imitation of it, but it will not work. At some point, the walls come crashing in, and reality rears its gruesome head, and you realize you screwed off whatever little time you did have. This is what happens when a woman attempts to become a producer. It is a game that you simply can't win, no matter what you do. But then again, we could be wrong about that. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that laid the foundation upon which all these red pill, high-value posers and copycats will be stealing everything. Hell, last time they didn't even wait till the program was over to steal it. Old boy was stealing it while I was live, so, oh well, goes with the territory. If you've been instructed by my mods to call in, by the way, you must call in. That is not a request, that is a command. But the phone lines are now open. We are talking about what happens when women try to be producers. Mary J. Blige is one example, but she's far from the only one. She is one among many. She is one among many. And there's a whole lot you can learn from a dummy. Let's go ahead and take a few phone calls here. Let me get caller from area code 701. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
JC from Fargo, North Dakota.
Okay, JC from Fargo. What's on your mind?
I was thinking it was funny that we talking about Mary J. Blige tonight trying to be a producer. I was born in 91, but I grew up with my mom playing Mary J. Blige all my life, and she taught me there's no not gender biases, but there's no gender roles in the house, and as long as you have a job, you'll be all right, you'll be fine, nobody be able to tell you what to do, blah blah blah. And I grew up with 3 sisters and her, and she's about to be 50 now, and she's married again now for the second time. But it was just funny because I was telling her, I was like, it's funny how you went my whole life telling me how you didn't need a man not important, or my father was a sperm donor, or all my other sisters' fathers were sperm donors and all that. But as soon as you stop getting financial help from all of us, the first thing you go do is go get a man, not go get another job, not go to, well, she did attempt to go to school, but I guess that was too difficult for her, so she just dropped out of that. You know what I'm saying? Just had to pay the bill for whatever she did go to school for.
And I'm curious.
Now
I'm curious. What does this man she's with now do for a living?
I honestly couldn't say, but I know at minimum they were saying he was in the military for a few years.
Okay.
I can't say he's retired military.
There you go. All right.
He was in. She met him in church.
Yeah, but in other words, he's no high climber. In other words, he was the last train leaving. And she was like, let me get my ticket to ride. And yes, folks, I'm still working on the program about the last train leaving to psychologically lay that framework out for you all. But yeah, in other words, he was the last train leaving. Now, let's go back to something that you said there. Something that you said made my ears go up because we hear this all the time. A lot here when you hear females say outrageously immature things. And you know what the crazy thing is? We live in a day and era where the females can't even get help because even if they have a mental health professional, they'll go get another female, and the female so-called mental health professionals are just as screwed up as the women sitting there with them, which is the crazy part today, by the way. If you go take a look at the social workers and whatnot, you realize that. But you said that she said, don't want to be told what to do. Now, that doesn't sound like an adult talking. That sounds like a rebellious teenager talking. So, how old is your mom?
I'm about to say she had me when she was 19. I'm 30 now, so she's like 49. Probably just turned 49 in January.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. There it is.
To be honest with you, she fits all the stereotypes that you give. 19, had children as a teenager. She lost all her children except for 2. Due to abuse charges, so the black woman abuse thing, you know what I'm saying? The beef between my mother and father, both of them was being childish, but once I met him, I seen where it wasn't just on him, it was both parties, but she tried to put it as if it was just him. And, just every single stereotype you've ever described, my mother fits into, you know what I mean? And when you just topped it off with the Mary J. Blige references, I grew up listening to nothing but that with her. And it wasn't until she met a man that she went to high school with, you know how you said them orbiters, some dude that she had orbiting around that had a high school image of her, wiped her up even though she had 2 bastard kids and was pregnant with one.
Yeah, I mean, just understand, you finish how you start, if not worse. So it never got better. I just want you to understand, like I said, she was a very immature, rebellious, very, very bitter little individual, and she gained just enough ability to destroy herself, because here's the real thing. She's not happy where she is now. She's grabbed what she could get, but just understand, as soon as she thinks she's in good, the real thing surfaces. It always does. As they get older, it always does. And if she's one of these old church heifers, then she won't be able to hold that back either. So, like I say, hopefully you all have witnessed it and seen it, so that when you start seeing yourselves emulating that behavior, you check yourself on it and pull back on it and don't emulate it, because it can be very easy to just mimic what you've been taught. But if you can identify it and make different decisions, because the bottom line is, what does she have to show for it at this point? You're going on 50 years old. For example, what has she been doing for a living for the last 40 years?
Well, there it goes again. McDonald's.
Okay. Was she a regional manager or something?
The highest I know of her ever being was assistant manager, but she lost that position due to an argument over what goes on a burger first, ketchup, mustard, or pickles, or some nonsense like that. I remember because I started working for myself, and then sure enough, as soon as money started coming through, it's, hey son, I need da-da-da-da-da. I
In
just
other
got
words,
demoted. Or I just lost my job.
she wanted you to become her man.
I've been her man since 14, 15, and until you said something, I had noticed it.
Yeah. I mean, this is just how ruthless and avaricious that they will be. I want you all to understand, in this era, and it hurts my soul to see this, but there are so many of you young folks who your mothers have no hesitation whatsoever about exploiting you for their own selfish reasons, their own selfish means, their own selfish interests. They have no problem doing that. I mean, they will gladly suck the blood out of you and parasite you. They'll gladly do that. And you'll be watching it happen and you can't get any traction. And you'll wake up 40 years old and can't figure out how that happened. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Yeah, she's been working at McDonald's. That means no savings, no anything. Yeah, she was just grabbing whatever in the hell came slithering by and hold on for dear life. And there will be a bunch of you in the exact same boat. There will be a bunch of you in the same boat. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reporting the news. Caller from area code 646. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Onan from Queens.
Onan from Queens. What's on your mind?
Yes, so I do have to confess that I might sound like a simp for saying this, but I'm just going to put this out there. I believe that the reason that women act the way they act today is that they're simply doing what's rewarded in today's society and not necessarily what's right. You know, they're just doing what's perpetrated on the media, and they see all the women getting the accolades for doing such behavior, and so they're just emulating it. And I think a lot of these women are coming into it honestly, you know, even the ones in their 40s and 50s, and I just wanted to get your feedback on that.
Okay. So you're saying that you think that they are just emulating what they see in the media?
Yeah, so I believe that they're simply doing what not only their family members and friends are doing, right, but like what they see the Nicki Minaj's and the Rihanna's, just using them as just general examples. But basically, I believe that people do what's rewarded instead of what's right. You know, and I think that's specifically in the case of the female, that they're just doing what.
Okay, let's take a look at that for a moment here. They are doing what is rewarded, not what is right. Where is that being rewarded in the real world in their daily lives?
Well, I believe it's being rewarded through attention, whether it's on social media or at school.
Okay, let me clarify now. Can you show me a typical example of females who are, quote, given a bunch of attention on social media because they are trying to achieve some producer status? Where is that happening?
I'm not able to name anyone in particular.
Right, because now I can show you what gets attention on social media. I can show you what gets plenty of likes on social media. And it isn't a female out there, you know, producing money and whatnot. That's not where the likes are. So the likes are somewhere else.
Well, yeah, that's true. But also, I do think it's out of necessity. Because unfortunately, you've had a lot of black females, you know, who, you know, through whatever situation, they had to raise the family on their own. And so they had to take on some of the male characteristics in order to survive. And so that's why I believe that this behavior is coming from, you know, the older and more consistently through the younger generation. You know, it started off as a survival tactic.
Correct. Now there's the issue. It started off as a survival tactic for irreverent, rebellious, uncoachable females. Now, females who are not fit to be with a man, females who failed to be able to gain the attributes that inspire or incentivize a man to be protector and provider, yeah, now they've created their own perverted narrative that says, well, fine, if the men won't do it for me, I will turn it into a virtue to do it for myself. Problem. At the end of the day, a woman desires her femininity. It's biology. This isn't a choice. It is reflexive. At the end of the day, right, she values her femininity. Because what we don't talk about is the fact that women who are unprotected, as they get older, brother, there is a silent epidemic of mental and emotional illness in this country and in black society among the females that is at absolutely gargantuan proportions. It isn't even, this isn't endemic, it's epidemic. It is gargantuan proportions. Women over the age of 30, 40, if they're single moms, if they've been working and stuff, man, they cry themselves to sleep. I have done this now for 2 decades. I've been doing this on the internet for over a decade. I am telling you, I've seen it. I witness it all the time. They are broken. They are bitter. They are cracked. They are jaded. They sit here in front of the world with this strong, independent facade. As soon as you put them in the presence of a man who can let them sit down for 2 good minutes, brother, it all flips and changes. And the ratio of this is 100%. I haven't seen a single one that hasn't done it. If you demonstrate to her that you've got the means and the resources for her to stop that nonsense, the first thing she does, if she don't break down crying, she'll just be sitting there catatonic and staring. I've witnessed this now my entire adult life. It never fails because it's just a facade. This is something that's being sold to save face, and this is something that's being sold in order to give them emotional comfort. But it's not actually a real thing. It's not real. It's just something that they're selling to people. It's a defense mechanism, but it's not actually a real thing. You go to any job, any profession, anywhere, the women all universally say the same thing. They'd rather be at home with the kids, even if they don't have kids. I'd rather be at home. They don't want to be in an environment where they're competitive. Men are used to war zones. Let's be very, very clear about that. If you all want to know why it works and why it doesn't work for women, men are accustomed to war zones. We are accustomed to noisy environments. We're accustomed to ultra-competitive environments. We're accustomed to getting jerked around and knocked down and taking a stew of chaos and fighting with it and meshing with it and wrangling with it until we've organized it and straightened it out. We're used to that. The female psyche isn't built that way. The female psyche the female psyche flourishes in serenity. It doesn't sit here with big construction equipment, huge and large, and the earth is moving and all this cacophony of noise, and you're going to straighten it out. The female psyche doesn't flourish under those circumstances. If you want to break a female psyche, send her to a construction site and leave her there for a few years. Take her there and leave her there. And this isn't even requiring her to pick up anything heavy. Just being in that environment. That loud, noisy, huge, bright things, welding torches flashing. You do that, and after a couple of years, that woman is lost.
That's a fact. Yeah, back in my welding days, I used to work for a company called Hennick Lane, and we had a construction site on Jackson Avenue in Long Island City. And I remember the female construction workers there, and they were mostly flaggers. Or they would do some custodial work. They'll do some sweeping, after the construction site is over with. So yeah, this is very true. I think too many females have been forced in a position where, they had to take that kind of behavior in order to get what they want. But you're right. Like a lot of them they're manipulating it to get more than what's necessary. They want the lavish. So I totally agree with you on that.
Well, at the end of the day, a woman needs to be comforted because you can't put a woman in a hard environment and expect her to develop her femininity. That's not going to happen.
Right.
You put her in a hard environment and she's going to try to become harder. Men reach equilibrium with that. You put a woman in a hard environment and all you're going to do is damage her. So she needs biologically speaking, she understands she needs a level of protection. She needs to have that. She needs a level of insulation. When she tells herself the deception that I don't need that, just understand she is now breaking away and deteriorating as a feminine being. She's becoming something else. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a call from area code 281. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Prince out of Richmond, Texas.
Prince out of Richmond. What's on your mind?
Jason, I don't believe a woman can be a producer because women continuously complain and whine. So you can't be a producer and complaining and whining. See, no matter what they have, no matter what they get, they always want more. They're not satisfied. Look, even the best of them. My daughter, my niece, sweet as pie, but they still complain. They still compete. If I tell one of them I love them, the other one's going to say, well, you love me too? You know, and it's just in the nature of the beast, Jason. See, I remember when Dr. Collar got shot. You know, you talk about how the women are not designed. They designed to be nurturing the world for the children. I remember when Dr. Khalid Muhammad got shot, and his son was, oh, Daddy, oh, you got shot. You know, his son, I'm okay. Oh, Daddy, you got shot. He said, I'm okay. He kept condoning. He said, God damn it, I told you I'm all right. He said, oh, okay, Dad. Now, a woman can't talk to a child like that. See, that's not her role. That's not her nature. But he's letting his son, just like when we fell off bikes, they say, leave that boy alone. Let him get up. He hit his head on the concrete, get up. But these women are trying to do things, like you say, emotionally damaged. But they don't want to listen, Jason. They don't want to listen to a man. And then when they get to this point, now they want to come up, as you say, either they're going to go the treacherous route or they're going to hitch on the first thing coming. And they're going to tell all their girlfriends, oh, no, I won't put up with this, and that. They'll cut their throat to get to find a man because they're tired of catching all this hell trying to do it all on their own.
And you remember, even with our little white friend Liz, sitting up here in the chat room defiantly telling all the black women what she wouldn't tolerate. And sure enough, you take a look at her house and it's like, oh, this is a everyday meal going on here. So, yes, you're absolutely correct in that regard. These things become narratives and coping mechanisms that they tell themselves in order to avoid reality. The better route to go would be to alter yourself so that you can do better in reality. Because the world's not going to change, Prince. It's not going to change. The laws of physics will remain the laws of physics. A 50-pound bag of cement is still a 50-pound bag of cement. A mile is still going to be a mile. The laws of physics are not going to alter. So you can't legislate or bully or debate or political science or get a degree in humanities and get the laws of physics to alter. As a woman, you will employ a man to help you navigate this environment, or you'll be left helpless on your own, because that's the way it works. And helpless on your own, understand, it doesn't mean peace. If you sit here and tell yourself, just understand that means a cracked psyche. All it really, when they say they want to be alone and it's going to be peace and what they really mean is, okay, I'm going to get now some random dudes to lay on top of me. But a woman cannot have peace without a protector and provider. A woman cannot have sanctuary without that. If that isn't in the cards firmly, then she realizes she's a nomad. Because a woman understands, and you've heard this your whole life when you talk to females, honestly, too, Prince, they will tell you a woman by herself is vulnerable. Even if she's not necessarily the vulnerable buyer, this is biology. This has nothing to do with geography. The very fact of her being alone is triggering in her reptilian brain. I understand I'm vulnerable. Yeah, but there's nobody here. Yeah, but there could be. And that alone will be enough to disturb everything.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Have you ever noticed that no matter how rich they get, they still feel vulnerable? That a lot of the female celebrities, they'll have several big male bodyguards. They'll have their house all secure because women. I'm gonna ask you this here. So you think money, a woman can be a multi-millionaire and still feel vulnerable?
Yes, because money doesn't do for women what it does for men. Money is a mark of our accomplishment as men. It is a side effect of our accomplishment. Women chase money to get money. Men chase accomplishment, and money is a side effect. So the result is totally different. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the program. I've been saying this to you all for a while. We chase accomplishments, and money is a side effect. So when I talk to guys, I don't teach them to chase money. I teach them to excel. I teach them to become excellent.
Okay.
Chase excellence, and the money is a side effect of you being excellent. Women don't chase excellence. They chase money, which is why you hear them talking about being boss bees and chasing the bag. Yeah, that's why they're willing. Okay, this is like, okay, forget labor. If I can lay up with somebody, Cardi B, if I can drug somebody, just whatever. I mean, it stretches off into the criminal at that point. Females don't chase accomplishments. Right. They chase money. And the problem is you're chasing a phantom because money doesn't validate you. Money doesn't comfort you. And at the end of the day, if all you guys is a stack of money, you realize, well, first of all, we don't even have stacks of money anymore. Now it's digital. So you're just sitting there in your room by yourself is basically what you are. A woman isn't emotionally built to handle life as a solitary being. She needs comfort. She needs a companion. She needs someone to bounce and reflect her emotions off of, to be able to deal with her day, to be able to reconcile her feelings. She needs that. And if you rob them of that, then they break down, which is why you can flutter with money, but money doesn't comfort you. Money allows you to purchase consumer goods, but it doesn't comfort you. Now, you take a look where men are concerned. All right, you take a look at professional athletes. Okay, he makes a bunch of money at football, but did you hear what I said? He makes a bunch of money at football. Oh, he's got to be very good at it to make a bunch of money at it. We're talking about construction. Right. We're talking about, medicine, whatever. He's got to be good at it. So it is a side effect of his excellence. He didn't have to go chasing money. He was chasing excellence, and the money brought itself. So that is why he's comforted. He's comforted by his accomplishments. Okay. He's comforted because of that. And the money is extra. For the females, it's much the opposite. They're chasing money, and as a result, there is no emotional comfort because the females are not impressed. You don't have other females saying, hey, let me roll with you because of how much money you make. You're not respected by them or admired by them. A female understands if she's got a bunch of money, that's not going to encourage any other females to put their lives on the line for her. Not at all. So what she understands is it's useless. As a man, if we have money, that will attract other men to say, well, damn, how can I be down? Now, we understand that as men. Gangsterism been around forever. As a man, we understand if I got the money, it's going to be some new jack out there who's looking to come up. And he'll come under the wing because I got that. A female understands females don't operate that way. She doesn't have any other females looking to come under her wing. They might be looking to set her up, but they're not looking for her mentorship. So it works differently for us. The effect of money, how it works, what it can do, it's different for us.
One last thing, Jason. You confused me. It's not that you didn't say it right. I just need you to elaborate. What I don't understand, when we get money, it's not to just have it and it's to share it with people. A lot of people, to make the people around us more comfortable. Why are women selfish with the money? I don't get that. Can you kind of explain that? Why would they be selfish if the goal is to get the money and they say they're going to find a man that they're going to take care of because they're making it easier? If you're going to be selfish with the money, why you want to be the producer in the first place? That confuses me. That's my last question.
Well, because women don't want to be producers. They want the money because they believe the money will protect them from whatever emotional baggage, ailment, defiance, uncoachability that they might possess. They think the money will protect them from that.
Right.
And in reality, you're asking to be protected from yourself. Men, by definition, are protectors and providers. And we're also minimalists. Right. Men are minimalists.
True.
If it weren't for women, there wouldn't be such a thing as a luxury car. There wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. We created luxury cars for women. We didn't create them and for soft men. We didn't create them for ourselves. You go to any store, the boutiques, that's not for men. That's for the women. The soft garments, that's not for the men. That's for the ladies. Always has been. Men don't operate that way. So that's the reason why it doesn't work. As men, we're protectors and providers. That's what we do. We're minimalists. If we get resources, it is to build power. Women don't get resources to build power. They get resources to gratify themselves. Men don't get resources to gratify ourselves. We get resources for power. And power is useless if you can't use it outside of yourself. So women take the resources and project it inward. Men take the resources and project it outward. The only place where that changes is where there is a nurturing part of females, but even then, there's a difference between nurturing and empowering. There's a difference between those two things.
Okay.
Because that's how you and I both know. It's like would you the fellas talking about Khalid Muhammad. You know, we don't want kids hanging off of us. It's like no. Your mama nurtures you. I don't do that. Your mama nurtures you. You're over here now. I raise you. Your mama we nurture infants. We nurture the helpless. When you're no longer helpless, we don't sit here and let you sit up here and hang off of us like a baby. It's like, no, when you come to the men, you have to be useful over here. You have to pull weight over here. You have to demonstrate the ability to exercise power over here. You have to have competence. You have to demonstrate competence over here. On the female side of the ledger, you just have to be cool to hang out with. Women don't like competitiveness in that way. Women hate competition, especially amongst each other. Women fight to snuff out competition. You want to know how bad women are about competition? I learned this, and I told you all this story many a time. Females, I learned the hard way. Females do not tell each other about where they buy clothes. A woman will be sitting there with a dress on. They'll say Ralph Lauren or, I'm just saying names, Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein, whatever. She will not tell you where she bought that. She will not tell you. Women believe in cutting the legs out from other women. They won't tell each other where they bought a dress. They won't tell each other where they bought shoes. They won't tell each other anything that could actually help each other gain a competitive advantage. When a woman realizes she's got the edge on other females, oh, that's it. She's got the edge. Which is why I said about rule number 3, you alienate other women. When a woman has the edge, she doesn't produce for other women. She's damn sure not going to give you the edge. And forget about office parties. I'm talking about in any environment. Women don't tell each other anything like that. They don't say that. The only time I've ever seen an exception to that was at a mall. That's the only place I've ever seen an exception to that. But in an environment where a woman knows you, if she knows these other women, she ain't going to tell them a damn thing. She'll be, I don't remember. Brother, I'm sitting there at the office when I used to work in corporate America. I'm sitting there watching that. Oh, I don't know. Now, I'm sitting there like, okay, I can Google where you got that. I wasn't asking. I'm watching other females. And I was just telling them, like, you know she knows where she bought that, right? Yeah, it's brand new. The other girl, it's brand new. Yeah, how could she not know? Yeah, she knows where she got it. But this is how women, this is a part of female culture. They don't help other women become competitive. Now, men, on the other hand, let me show you the difference. When you're talking about men, on the other hand, I don't want you around if you can't pull your weight. So the first thing I got to do is if you can't pull your weight, nigga, I got to get you gamed up. No. You got to go over here and talk to Bill over here is what you got to do. No, we got to put this new engine in your car for you. Hey, go talk to my man Roy over here. Linwood Motors, we're going to get you straightened out. Yeah, because you're not up to code, man. We got to get you up to code, bro. You ain't right. Women would never do that. If a woman gets a good deal on a car, she ain't going to tell her girlfriends. She's not going to tell them a damn thing. Men will sit up here and walk another guy through the steps. Hey, here's where you can buy these tools. Here's where you can get the best. Hey, man, where'd you get those tools at? Here's where you... No. Don't go over there to Sears. Go to Harbor Freight. You can get a better deal over there. Go to Harbor Freight. You can get a better deal over there. No. You go on to Walmart for that. Believe it or not, you can actually get a better price on these at Lowe's. You can get a better price on these at Lowe's, by the way. Walmart's actually got a markup on it. Go talk to my man over there at Lowe's. We'll get you straightened out. Men will do that. Women won't do that. If they got a makeup kit, she'll have the whole damn thing. Oh, no, I don't know where you got it at. So just understand there's a fundamental difference. Men build, women nurture, but we have to understand there's a dark side to that. And the dark side to that is that if they ever get into the mindset of exercising power, the first person they're going to try to cut the legs out from under are other women. They'll actually submit to men. They would tell us more than they would tell other females. And women know this. A woman will tell a man more than she tells another female, especially if the guy is somebody she might be interested in. Now she'll tell him where she bought it. She'll tell him. Yeah, but she won't tell the other females. When women have an edge, they cut the legs out from under each other.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. That's the nature of the beast. That's the way it works. You got to understand that. Let me get called from area code 240. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's Kurt. I'm calling from Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. I just want to say, ladies, please listen to what Jason is saying. I'm a social worker. I investigate elder abuse in a major city. And by far, the worst off people when I go out here to investigate elder abuse are these little old women that thought that they could be producers. I've seen 60-plus-year-old females telling me how they man can't have kids, because if the kids don't like her, it's a problem. I'm like, chick, you going blind in one eye. You're in a nursing facility because you can't maintain your home. What are you talking about? And even the ones who do get money are getting kicked out of their homes because they're taking reverse mortgages, thinking that they know more than the system. And now they're sitting here trying to find somebody to purchase their mortgage so that they can die in their home. And a lot of those successful women, because they take on so many masculine traits, they push away their children. There's so many wealthy women in the city where I work who are absolutely lonely, suffering, and had bad spending habits because they thought they could just write a check for everything, and they're not actually. They got the money, but they don't have any type of counsel about how to spend it, how to invest it properly. And it's just sad. And they end up lonely, old, all the looks gone. Whatever they thought they was in their 30s and 20s is so far behind them. And they really still saying the same bullshit that young females say. That's all I got to say.
Well, let me ask you about something there now. And how long you been a social worker?
Been a social worker, I guess, going on at least 5 years now.
And what about the female social workers? Do you find that generally they are? Do you find that the female social workers are generally helpful to their female clients or whatever, or unhelpful or neutral? What typically do you find?
Well, generally social workers are there because they want to help. I mean, they're helpful, but this whole mentality, like, and I'm not talking about my coworkers that are in this position. I'm talking about these women that we're getting the calls on the state abuse line for.
Yeah, but I'm referring to them though. I'm referring to them, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
I'm referring to the female social workers because, in my experience, when I said about women don't help each other, man, if a chick is out here abusing her kids, the female social workers are the worst for covering it up. If the females actually do need to change their ways, the female social workers typically aid and abet them, but they don't actually help them.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Because unfortunately with female social workers, there is a mixed bag. I mean, I would say from my experience, most of them try to help them, but as far as like socially trying to progress past a certain stage, some of them might aspire to be like these old ladies that are, I don't know, I had to find a lady that went from Pennsylvania to California, and her family had to find her on a bus stop in California, carrying a knife, acting crazy. No man. I don't.
Well, it is a cautionary tale. It's a cautionary tale because I think that's a very good point you made, and that's why I made my program about, Valentine's Day this year, suffering in silence, to talk to older women and to say, you know what, are you sure if you had this to do over again? Are you certain you would have held on to your pride and avarice? Maybe you could have listened to somebody else, because at the end of the day, the older a woman gets, the more comfort she needs, not less. Women get more expensive as they get older, not less. And it'll grind you into powder. And in this day and age, where the average home is $367,000, your kids don't have any ability to do that. They got to go wherever they have to go to get the best job they can just to survive. They don't have the ability to stay hugged up under you. If you don't have a man to help you, you are one unexpected expense away. And they all tell themselves, I'm so smart and I'm so wonderful, I can handle it. And then life comes. They believe that life is going to stop coming at them because they play make-believe. No, it's not. Life is going to come at you. Something's going to happen. There's going to be a medical bill, a car expense, a job loss. That's the way it always happens. Something is always going to occur. Your backup plan is not your job. Your backup plan is a man. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get a call from area code 804. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Montague from Fort Washington, Maryland.
Montague from Fort Washington. What's on your mind?
Okay, first, I got 2 points. First point, I wanted to address a previous caller that said something about young black women being, imitating the things they see on TV. I disagree with that because of the fact that they, the greatest influence in our lives is our family, our parents, great-grandparents, and so on and so forth. And I think that the grandparents were the ones that may have been given some of these young black women, especially in the millennial generation, some bad influences, because those have been the ones that have been saying, well, you should, excuse my language, you shouldn't be messing with these no good niggas. And they've been telling them this and indoctrinating them with that, because their hope is that once that woman gets old enough, and she starts producing her own, makes her money, and she gets her house or whatever, that she would be in a position to take care of them, because the grandparents have done some toxic stuff to their parents, and they know that their parents can't, their parents are not going to, take them in when they get older. So they're going to rely on that grandchild to go ahead and look out for them when they get into old age and their health starts to decline. That's something that I've noticed. And secondly, you mentioned throughout the podcast that, as we earn our incomes and whatnot, we become producers. We distribute what we provide out there. And I would say yourself, myself, and many men out there are living proof of that, because I turn around, and I'm a bus driver in the DC area. I turn around, there's a conga line of women that are always hitting me up asking me, can you help me with $20, $30, here and there. So, like I said, I'm living proof of what you just said.
Well, thank you very much for your insights on that, brother. We really do appreciate that, and hopefully they'll take that to heart. Let me get caller from area code 917. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's CashApp.
Okay, dude, you are mumbling your way through life. I don't know where in the world you got that Swamp Thing phone from. If you're on speaker or AirPods, take them off.
Oh, all right, let me fix it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
This guy's going to try to educate us, everybody. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm Cassius. I'm from New York City.
Cassius from where at in New York City?
Oh, Queens.
Cassius from Queens. And what's on your mind?
Well, he told me to call up because I was just like confused by this whole program. You said that she can't find a producer because she's a producer already. I understand there's a balance of yin and yang, but it's a little bit confusing to me.
A woman who is trying to be a producer is going to find that producers avoid her. Are there exceptions? Well, yeah, but that's exactly what they
But she
are.
makes
There exceptions? Yes, but that's exactly why they're called exceptions, because they don't normally happen.
I guess the beginning of the program kind of confused me where you said it was she's like down and out. Like you made it sound like she was like in a terrible position.
How old are you?
I'm 31. She's like I'm 31.
That explains part of it there. And where are your people from, son?
My mom is from Nigeria. My dad's from Cape Verde.
There you go. There's the other part of it there. Let me go ahead and run.
Well, I was born in New York. Though.
I don't care, sir. Look, kid, just soak up the game right quick, okay? Because here's the real issue. The real issue is your original comment was, for everybody who's wondering, by the way, his original comment was, a woman can be a producer. She's on Power Book 2 making $400,000 an episode.
Correct.
Yeah, you all know this. He didn't really want to get into that, but by the way, what he says, she can be a producer. Okay, and even if we took your statement at face value, which by the way is not true, but even if we did, I'll spot you that. All right, we'll take that at face value. And what does she have to show for it, sir?
I don't know. Like I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you.
So she has she has 2 kids though. She has 2. I'm not saying I don't live her life. I don't walk her shoes, but I'm confused by this whole statement.
Yeah, you're confused by a lot. Yeah, you're trying to figure out some way. Here's the problem. You're trying to figure out some way to make a woman's value the same as a man. You're trying to figure out some way that the two.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's what you said. You're trying to figure out some way to make them equivalent, and it doesn't work that way.
So if I get married tomorrow, me and my wife would not be equivalent. I make more than her. I'm just curious. I'm just out of curiosity.
No. Okay. First of all, what you're dismissing, I said this several times. And this is what I'm saying. You're not listening. So this is whoever raised you is talking right now, but it's not what you heard me say. I said we're talking biology. This is not socialization. This is biology. A woman cannot fully respect a man who she doesn't see as her financial and social leader. That's not a matter of opinion. It's not something you can debate. It doesn't matter what your mom told you. At the end of the day, a woman cannot truly accept a man as her leader when he's not her financial or social leader. She can't accept that. Biology will not allow her to do so.
So I have a problem. Well, I have a deeper issue then, because I've dated a woman right now, and she makes a good portion more than me, substantial portion more than me. So she want to respect me in the long run, from your opinion.
How old is she?
She's 1 year younger than me. She's 30.
She's 30. You're 31. And how much does she make?
Correct.
And how much does she make?
Well, she's a therapist. She's a doctor.
I asked you for a number. I didn't ask you what she does. So you all understand. When I ask for numbers and they start explaining, that's the first sign that something ain't right.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, like 160 maybe?
$160,000 a year in Queens, New York. Not bad.
Well, she's in Manhattan.
Okay. $160,000 a year in Manhattan. She's working class. So congratulations. In Queens, that's a little more prestigious. In Manhattan, welcome to the working class. As that stands, however, I would be very curious to know how long you two have been together.
Well, we have been like dealing with each other for about 4 months now.
How did you meet her?
I met her off the date app.
There you go. So in other words, she doesn't get along very well. She's got a bad attitude, and she is in a profession where she meets plenty of men, but those men are avoiding her, so she is relegated to trolling dating apps. And by the way, what do you do for a living, son?
I did an acting thing for a while. I got back into it because the pandemic.
You're basically a gypsy, a semi-employed gypsy. No offense. You don't have a profession.
So my questions, I guess that's my
So you
curiosity.
have a woman
This
who has
never-
gone to school, paid her dues, she has become a working professional, and the best that she qualifies for in Manhattan, a place I've been to many a moon, the best she could get in Manhattan was a gigolo street performer. No offense, son. No offense. But you know the get down for you Nigerian cats up there in Queens. You know the get down. I'm not saying you came up fine. You came up fine. This is a great come up for you. This is a horrible commentary on her.
But I guess that's my issue, because my sister actually went to medical school. She became an oncologist. She has problem finding men. My other sister, she has a master's in English. She has a decent job, and her husband doesn't make that much. So it seems like I tend to attract women that are super attractive, doesn't really have finances, or women that actually have finances, pretty, but
okay. I don't know how attractive they are or aren't. I can't speak for that. I will say I've always had a bit of respect for women from New York because they do tend to be smarter in things. However, that also means they tend to be more calculating. But I will also tell you that women from New York also tend to have chronic habitual issues becoming mates because they are disciplinary problems, difficult to deal with, slick at the mouth, hard-headed. They believe that their employment accomplishments actually mean something to men. They actually think that's a bargaining chip, and it's not. So in other words, they want to talk about their professional accomplishments, and meanwhile, that has nothing to do with the quality of a mate. So you're on a dating app selling yourself as a mate, and all you've brought are your professional credentials, none of which matter to a man that you are expecting to provide for you. Now, here's the real thing. You can bring up all the anecdotal examples you want to of, quote, professional working women who are making more than the men. Here's the only thing you need to ask yourself. Yeah. If those same women, your sister, sister-in-law, whatever included, if they had the option of getting with a guy who made $500,000 a year, would they have jumped on it?
Yeah, I think they would.
Yeah, they would have run you over in their brand new Bentley while they were doing that. That's exactly what would have happened.
My question is,
what you're saying is they got what they qualified for, because even if they do have the looks, the problem is they've obviously got other character traits that make it where men go to a certain point and no further. And this is a chronic issue with women in New York, is that they tend to sit up here and mouth themselves or arrogance themselves out of the game.
I guess that's why I'm confused, because like I'm still a little bit confused, because I understand what you're saying confused. In terms of, because I just don't understand, like, that you say things like she's not as valuable, and it's like, I don't know. I'm just like, and I looked at it like that.
Because you're not going to take care of anybody. Of course you're going to say that.
So
of course you're going to say that, bro. You're not going to take care of anybody. You're not going to upgrade her life. A woman wants her life to be upgraded. I've talked about this before. You must be new around here. Women make unspoken assumptions. And the number one unspoken assumption that the woman makes about a man is that he is going to improve her life merely by his presence. You're not doing that. So this is why you keep rationalizing this in other directions. That, oh, well, I can do something other than that. I don't have to improve it. She can do better than me. At the end of the day, she would trade you in the New York second. Because at the end of the day, a woman biologically assumes that the man she is with will upgrade her life. And what women do, and you're young, so you don't understand this, what she'll do is she'll sit there and tolerate your underachieving self while she has to. But the very first chance she has an opportunity to drop the dead weight and get somebody better, by your own admission, you know she would do that. So let's just be very, very clear. Let's stop talking in circles. You know that they would only tolerate you as long as they have to. You know that you are not the preferred circumstance. You know that she's only there because nothing better came along. Now, if she ever figures out how to fix her issues, that would alter. As long as she's willing to sit there and be stubborn and stupid, she's going to have you. What will most likely happen is in 5 or 6 years, she will start to come around and say, damn, this sucks, and let me address that. But by then, she will be too old to be any man's prime option, and then she's going to have to just get it as she lives. But the bottom line is, you're not looking to take care of a woman. You're not looking to upgrade her life. You're not looking to transform her circumstances.
But here's the
so
thing.
that's why
Jason,
you think she can be a producer with you.
But I went to school for electrician. I was part of the electrician union.
How long ago did you go to school for being an electrician?
2 years ago. I finished 2 years ago.
And
I like acting.
And are you currently employed as an electrician in New York City?
I was employed maybe like 18 months ago before the pandemic.
Okay, so yeah. Do y'all hear that? I was employed, sir. There's jobs.
I like acting.
Okay, sir. All right.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right. Congratulations.
I'm not gonna say I'm perfect.
Okay, congratulations. Any female who gets with you will see you as expendable, and she should, because you can't protect her from any of the economic variables of living in the most expensive city in America. She'll be helpless with you, and you know it. So you can sit there and talk about how much you like acting all you want to. You like acting, you don't like protecting and providing for a female. She's going to keep her options open for the man who does. And they'll lay up with you if there's nothing available. Well, yeah, I mean, if there's nothing else in the discount bin available, well, yeah, they'll take you. But just understand, she's constantly, your female that you're talking about, she's on that app right now as we speak, swiping left furiously until she can find a better option. And you know that. You know that already. What's she gonna do with you?
But it's not, to me. I deal with her, but I like her. Like, we get along. But I'm just curious that in terms of like you saying that we aren't necessarily equals. I can see your point in certain degrees, but I don't know.
Sir, I don't even have to debate it with you. You've already admitted for yourself. If she had a better option, she would be on top of him tonight. She's only there with you because you were what was available. But you know right now, she's looking for your replacement right this moment. She's on Plenty of Fish, Tinder, Bumble, Rumble, Stumble, Mumble. She's on every damn thing else saying, God help me, get me away from this dude over here. Or at least please prove to me that I can do better than this. And you know that. You already know that's where you are right now. So you're my proof. You're my proof. You're my proof that everything I said is correct. You're the proof.
But I guess my issue is like I'm not debating aspect of it. I'm just confused. Is if I become a millionaire tomorrow, if I get like a TV gig tomorrow, I get like $200K episode. My options would definitely change. But
I've already said that before. No, you wouldn't, and the reason why is because all you would become is a trick. Let's check back with you in 5 or 6 years.
You say I will become a trick?
Yes, sir, because that doesn't make you a producer. Because, well, if I land a TV gig, what you're saying is if I won the lottery, if you could create a career for yourself, that's different. But no, you can't play by that rule. Well, if I just have money, I said this a bunch of times, you missed it. Money alone is not what determines whether a man is accomplished. Money is a side effect. So if you just woke up tomorrow with it, if we're taking that example, no, I couldn't use that. I would need to see how you did it, and we'd have to see how you last over time. Otherwise, you would just be a dude out here tricking off money. Well, you'll get plenty of females to respond. Hell, you'll get plenty of men to respond if you just out here tricking off money. But you won't have genuine respect or admiration. Now, there's the real question. Now, I am going to tell you right now, there is no way on this side of Southwest Bronx hell that a female who has gone to school to be a therapist was doing all this time to make $160,000 a year and that her dream date is a marginally employed aspiring actor. No offense, son. No offense. But you know that's not what she's looking for. And you know it. You know she is looking specifically for something higher level. You know this already.
Yeah, I get that. But we do connect. I'm not saying that we both be solid right now, but I'm saying we do have a connection. And I'm saying, does money? I understand money's a point. I understand money's like you mentioned that the last episode with the white lady. You said money's like 80%, 90% of relationship. I get that aspect of it, but I do make a living. I do have my own apartment. I do have my own car, so I am doing better.
Are you doing better than her?
No, hell no.
Okay, then just understand that the clock is ticking, and until she is able to bag your replacement. That's all.
So that's always going to be the reality if a woman makes more than me.
No, sir, a woman is looking to see if you are a competitive male, and she is going to look for the highest value of competitor that she can, because that is the biggest indicator that he will continue competing and continue producing and will not rest on his laurels. You have already demonstrated that you will sit up here and sit down, smell the roses, take the easy route, look to have your feet manicured. That doesn't reassure a female. So no, you've demonstrated through your actions you're not competitive. By definition, for her own survival, she needs to find somebody else, and she will. And she's gonna fool with you for a minute because her attitude is most likely messed up. So you're what she can get, because in her field, none of the other medical professionals want to fool with her. But you're what she'll tolerate for now. Something better will come. If she changes her attitude, something better will come along, and then you'll be like, oh, all these hoes just want money. No, they want a competitor. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Like I said, what they try to do is they try to make the circumstances fit their behavior, their accomplishments or lack thereof. It's not the way it works. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way. Caller from area code 801. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, Jason. My name's
okay.
Anna.
I don't know if you're taking a bubble bath or whatever. Folks, you're on speaker. Y'all got showers going. Please get your lives together before you call in. Let's put Anna back on hold so she can figure out what she is doing over there. We'll come back to you later. Caller from area code 518. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Anna needs to date that dude who was on the line there before here. Caller from 518 has been abducted. Caller from area code 267. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, yes. Good evening, Jason. How are you? This is a great topic. It's two things.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Pennsylvania, Williamsport.
What?
Pennsylvania, Williamsport. My name is Tammy.
Okay, folks, y'all have to excuse them. We got immigrants. We got folk hitting the pipe. They are just tonight. I don't know if it's a full moon, half moon, whatever it is, sailor moon, whatever it is. But yeah, they're in rare form here. All right, what's on your mind? Okay, she hung up the phone. Let me get caller from area code 470. You're on live with The Business.
Hello, so this is Mike from Atlanta.
Mike from Atlanta, what's on your mind?
Okay, these calls are really funny, man. Actually, I wanted to talk about one of the first callers you had. He said something. Well, you said something about it being an epidemic of women, like in their psychoses. And I just saw this thing by Jordan Peterson. I know you don't really like him. I know he's kind of iffy on some of this stuff, but I just saw this thing, and it said that I think 50% of women over the age of 30 are going to be childless. And he said he actually didn't know what that meant or what was going on. And I thought that was kind of curious because you kind of bring it up.
It's basically a trajectory, and let me be very, very clear. I can be objective about people. Like I say, I've talked to outright white supremacists. Jared Taylor is one of the most intellectually capable people you'll meet. I don't mean to say he's one of the genius or anything like that, but this is a man who speaks 3 languages fluently. We got a bunch of folk here who can't hardly wield one, and he speaks 3 languages fluent. He speaks 3 languages fluently and a couple of others conversationally. So he's not an idiot by any stretch of the imagination. Jordan Peterson is an otherwise brilliant clinical psychologist. He's an excellent communicator. He's able to take complex subjects and distill it down and condense it down. Now, some of these alt-right philosophies that he has tended to adopt, obviously you're never going to get any traction with me, but I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to denigrate that there. I mean, he's otherwise a brilliant, clinical psychologist. As far as depopulation is concerned, he's latched on this idea that the Earth's population is pretty much going to top out at 9 billion, and then it's going to go down from there. It's not going to keep going up. It's actually going to go down. I don't believe that. I personally don't believe that at all, unless you just have a massive amount of reduction of resources. So I don't believe that at all. I don't think that's going to happen there. But let me find out here exactly. What was your point?
Oh no! I just saw something where he said 50% of women are going to be childless by the age of 30, and I was thinking, I forget the call. Y'all said something about it. And it was a good point on why. And I think it's because they're basically, well, I thought it's because they're trying to compete with men. They're trying to be producers, and it's just been going really bad, honestly.
Well,
that was the point I was trying to make.
We don't know if that will occur. That is one possible trajectory. We don't know if that will occur. If such a thing did happen, it would be because the men have disengaged. It won't be because of the women. If you ever reach a point where that occurs, it is because the men have pulled back. Because historically, women have always been able to reproduce at will. They've always been able to reproduce at will. Which brings me to something else right here. I didn't actually get to cover this before because YouTube was screwing around with my damn signal so much. But I didn't get to cover this before. Go ahead and show this to you all here right now. By the way, for some of the folks out there, people, if you're going to argue with somebody, try to find somebody else you can argue with. I don't know why it is you believe it because it's a black male that you can argue. Because if Jordan Peterson said this, you wouldn't be arguing with it. And if you sit up here and listen to Rollo Tomasi and that's the only place you get your information from, you all are just regurgitating what Rollo told you. And it becomes an equivalent of what it used to be when I was a kid. People used to say, well, if it's in a magazine, it must be true. If it's in a newspaper, it must be true. Well, if Rollo Tomasi said it, it must be true. And I'm the guy who corrects Rollo Tomasi. So when they sit up here and tell you that throughout history, 60% of men have not been able to pass on their genes, and I told you, actually, that number is closer to 80. Let's be very, very clear. Now, today, the number has moved up, but, that there's a number of different social factors that are inherent in that. But let's be very, very clear, people. If you want to talk about the DNA, if you want to talk about the genetics, if you want to talk about the research, Google isn't just your friend. Google is your lifeline. And a bunch of you out here just regurgitating Rollo Tomasi, which you don't have any ability to analyze numbers and facts and research on your own. By the way, you'll sound real dumb if they don't mess with my signal. By the way. Throughout history, the majority of men have not been able to pass on their genes. Women, on the other hand, have had no problem wrapping their legs around a producer, even if he's got 4 or 5 other chicks. Because throughout history, their survival has been directly tied to the quality of the male that they could get to choose them. Because the woman who has his children, he's going to protect you. Everybody else, they on their own. He might be laying up with him, but if she's not carrying his children, I can't really put myself out there for you like that. Throughout history, that's been that way. And at certain points in history, it's just been the females dogpiled whoever the producer was. So let's just be very, very clear. If you all really want to get into the mathematics of it and really want to get into the numbers of it, by the way, Rollo hasn't even scratched the surface if you really want to know the get down. And when you think about it, when you consider the fact that the Earth's population being in smaller numbers in various places, then you realize that you're dealing with smaller villages, smaller tribes. They might have been nomadic. In the situation where they're nomadic and roaming, that's going to be a place where the guy at the top, he's going to have the pick of the litter, and the dudes at the bottom, they will all serve him. And the females will be unapologetic and unabashed about trying to get that dude at the top. If you're dealing with, traveling bands of nomads or nomadic people or smaller villages or things like that, they'll be unapologetic. Oh, dude, you too weak. No. You can't catch a fish. I will starve being next to you. You're a nice guy, but this other guy, like for those of us who remember the TV show Survivor, it was Survivor, the TV show Survivor. When they're stranded, when they put the people on the island, and remember the first couple of seasons, everybody intrinsically felt that pull within the first couple of episodes of the men who were, the guy who killed the boar, I think it was, the guy who killed the pig on the island. I mean, when you saw him come back with a whole damn pig or a boar over his damn shoulder. Just understand, that resonated with the ladies. That resonated with the men. Whoever is with him has the best chance of survival. Now, he didn't play the game very well, but whoever is with him has the best chance of survival. Let's be very, very clear. You can't vote him off the island in a real world situation where it's not just one season. It's going to be who's going to live for the next 40 years. Because let's be very, very clear. Let's be very, very clear about something. If that man was able to kill a pig or a boar, he can damn sure knock off the other male competition. Let me say that again. If he was the one who was most capable of killing the pigs, killing the boars, killing the alligators, he'll make short work of the other men. If he ever chooses to go that dark triad route, he'll make short work of his other male competition. And you know who notices that first and foremost? The women. They are the ones who realize if he ever wanted to turn those traits over here, we're sitting ducks. But if I'm on the team, I'm protected. You damn right. Women ain't looking to sit up here and lock horns like that. No, they're not. So, as far as population numbers are concerned and whatnot, the only way that would happen is if you see a major pullback by the men, where the men are just like, you know what, marriage doesn't work. Having children in this environment doesn't work. And you're starting to see signs that that could be occurring. So I don't know. Assuming any of us are still here in 50 years, I can't tell you definitively that that will be the case. I will tell you that it's already been shown that and I think this is really what Jordan Peterson was going to, is that as children are the investment of the poor, which is what Robert Kiyosaki said. And as nations go from being third world to developing countries to first world status, industrialized countries, then the standard of living increases. The need to have quite so many children decreases. So you're seeing this in Asia. You're seeing this in Western countries. So I think that's what he's really extrapolating from, is that as these other countries catch up, the need to reproduce so profoundly is going to drop off. I'm more of the camp that you will see equilibrium is what you will see. I don't think you're going to see a fall in the population. I think you'll see an equilibrium of the population. But then again, if housing prices keep going the way they're going, the people who are currently affluent will find themselves working class, and then the cycle starts over again. So thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. And like I said, objectively about Jordan Peterson, like I say, with alt-right stuff, I'm never going to rock with that. And that's always the kind of thing I'm like, okay, I heard you say that. You're not going to be able to get away from that. So I don't care how brilliant you may be otherwise. I heard what I heard. Caller from area code 940. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. It's Lexi calling from Prosper, Texas.
Lexi from where, Texas?
Prosper.
Okay, from
it's
Prosper,
like right
Texas.
outside of Frisco.
Right. Lexi from Prosper, Texas. What's on your mind?
Well, I've been meaning to call in for a long time. So just to be quick, I'm 33. I work in IT. I hold 2 jobs. So one is in like AI, and the other one is in just a hardware vendor. So with those 2 jobs combined, I make $185 total a year. I am married. I have 3 children. We've been married for 2 years now, but together for 7 years. We have 2 children together. So when we first got together, I was making like $8 an hour. I did have my bachelor's degree, but I just wasn't, working in my field. I couldn't really find a job. So about a year into us being together, I found a job, and so when I met him, he wasn't really working. He didn't have a car, and I'll fast forward to today. He still doesn't have a car. He's still just fumbling the bag. He's not leveling up. And so I'm at a position now where I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to stay with him because I've been with him and he's been with me while I grow? But on the flip side, I'm like, I'm not seeing him grow. I'm not seeing him be motivated. And I'm not seeing him be a producer.
Let's dissect that here.
I know.
I think we pretty much, actually it's the same old thing, but I have limited amounts of time to let you gush. But let me find out a couple of things here, Lexi. How old are you, and how old is he?
I'm 33. He's 35.
Okay. How long have you two known each other?
7 years.
Okay. So you met him in your mid-20s?
Mm-hmm.
And is the gentleman black?
Yes.
Okay. Is he originally from Texas also?
Nope, right off to Georgia.
Okay. That was your first warning sign. Now, where are you from originally?
Jacksonville, Florida, but I grew up in Stone Mountain,
Okay,
Georgia.
that was your second warning sign. So you're one of those East Coast Yankees. All right. She figured she would find her some simple nigga from Valdosta, Georgia. I told you, I warned you, well, he's emotionally available, and he won't emotionally challenge me, and he'll be my little sock puppet. Yeah, he just won't produce. Congratulations, Lexi. You found that safe man that I was warning you about. You found him.
I know.
You fought very hard to get him. You found him. Now she's calling me up years later. Jason, can you find me a more dangerous nigga to be with? Because this guy isn't a threat. He's not a threat to the job. He's not a threat to the social environment. He's a threat to nothing. He's not a threat to General Motors. He's not a threat to the used car lot. He's a threat to nothing. Yeah, she's trying to figure out how to trade him in for something a little more dangerous. Ladies, you get out here and go prioritize a guy who is emotionally soft, emotionally available, so you all can sit up here and live out your narcissistic fantasy that you're going to turn a man into a teddy bear. You can turn a man into a teddy bear. You can find one who is a teddy bear. Guess what? Teddy bears don't produce. And at the end of the day, your survival is going to depend upon his ability to produce. And unlike your emotions come and go. The rent is due on the first of every month. The car note is due in 30 days no matter what he does and no matter what you do. So, ladies, take this as a cautionary tale. Y'all sit up here and play this little game. Well, let me go find a little weak fella, and he lacks male competence. Those masculine competence cues you're looking for. You're like, hey, shouldn't he get up and be driven? Why? Heifer, you the driven one. You're the one working IT, and you know that's what he's thinking, correct? What was he doing for a living when you met him?
Like warehouse stuff, like
okay.
He's still doing now.
There you go. Now let me find out here. Personal question. How long after you met him did y'all sleep together? Now this is an important question.
Honestly, 3 months.
Okay. So he was still working at the warehouse?
Yes.
Listen to me, dumb females
but
everywhere.
I wasn't doing much either.
Okay. Okay, but there's the problem. Listen to me. This is a rule for men. You don't have to believe this. If your mama never told you, go slap her in the mouth in the nursing home if you need to. But understand, this is never going to change. Whatever amount of work a man had to do to get you into bed, that is the maximum amount of work that he feels he needs to do to keep you. You can't get with him. And then, well, females tell themselves another one of these unspoken assumptions. By the way, for those of you who are members of my Patreon, you know about the broadcast I did about unspoken assumptions. You need to go sign up over there so you can go ahead and get gamed up on that. Another one of the female unspoken assumptions is that if she's been sleeping with a man for a certain amount of time, she feels he owes her something. By virtue of the fact she been opening her legs all this time. Nigga, you owe me. You been laying up on top of me for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, God forbid, 5 years. A woman feels like by nothing more than the virtue of the fact she's been opening her legs to you, that you owe her something for that. That was a down payment. That's a mortgage on something. You owe me because you've been laying up with me all this time. Now, women don't say that, but that's what you all feel. If I've been giving him sexual access, by virtue of that, he owes me. And I don't care how soft-spoken she is. I don't care how big her glasses are. I don't give a damn about any of that. If a woman is sitting in front of you and you've been laying up with her, she feels you owe her. She feels she is owed something by you. If she's been giving you sexual access. Because in her mind, well, I could have been laying up with somebody else, and this vagina would have motivated somebody else to do more. So I was assuming that this vagina would motivate you to do more, but that didn't happen. And there's where you all screw up. instead of getting the guy who is already motivated, but you don't want the guy who's already motivated because the guy who is already motivated is usually in the process of building, or he's not focused on you. Now, there's the real issue. Well, he's not focused on me enough. He's not soft enough and caring enough. He's emotionally vacant. No, he's too busy building. But you all don't appreciate that, so, well, fine, I'll go build. Yeah, get out there and go try it. See how that works out for you. And then you end up being the builder. But the only guy who's going to accept you is a fellow who's dependent, which you'll accept at the beginning until you realize, I'll be damned, he's not meeting the masculine burden of productivity. Now you feel some kind of way because you realize, I'll be damned, I'm the producer now. Now you want to scream bloody murder. Well, I've been tricked. No, you weren't. You got exactly what you paid for. You got exactly what you wanted. You are the producer. He is emotionally your subordinate. But I don't feel like a woman. You're not a woman. You're the producer. And that's what you fought for. You fought to be the producer. Now, remind everybody where you're from originally.
Originally Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, didn't you say you were from somewhere before that?
No, I'm in Prosper, Texas now. I was born in Jacksonville, Florida. I said I was raised in Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Okay. Y'all got to understand something for the folks from the East Coast and whatnot. They have a lot of ideas about how things are supposed to go, and just understand. When she went to Valdosta, Georgia, you know full damn well they ain't Jacksonville. So you're meeting a different type of personality there. So she went and found a little southern dude who he's just doing his thing, and he's not going to emotionally challenge her. He's not emotionally dangerous. No, he's completely emotionally safe. Congratulations. He is completely emotionally safe. And she got, 2 kids with him?
Yes.
Okay. How old are the kids?
4 and 3.
Welcome to the game. What you want me to tell you? Welcome to the game. Now, here's the real thing about it. What is it you're unhappy about? Notice she didn't say, I want the guys to listen. I want the males to listen. I want the Nigerian, Caribbean dude who called in earlier and whatnot. I want you to sit up here and let go of your fallacies. I want you to listen to her for a few moments. Ma'am, you're complaining about this man, but what exactly is it that you are complaining about? Because you didn't say anything. You didn't say he beats me, heats me, drags me around, cheats on me. You didn't say any of that. You haven't said anything like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't do any of that. It's just I'm not seeing the benefit of being married. You know.
There you go. But you have a companion. That's the benefit of being married. You have a companion who loves you. You don't see the value in that, ma'am?
No, because I feel like he's like a homeboy.
Now I want the fellas to listen. Because she's made it to her 30s and she's now being deadly honest about what women actually think. This is what women actually think. And a bunch of fellas are out there demanding that the females lie to them because you want to believe that you can continue to have female sexual access and not have to deal with females actually think. And she's telling you, yeah, you're a real nice dude, but I actually value productivity. And right now, I'm out competing you. So by definition, I don't see anything masculine because I assume that a male should be able to outcompete me. And she's like, I'll be damned. I got 2 cars and this nigga can't get 1. So she can't deny the lack of productivity and the lack of results sitting in front of her. Are y'all sharing this program tonight? I see y'all hitting my likes over there. Are y'all sharing this program? There's a reason why we need to have some masculine discussion. No perfume spraying and incense over here. We need to have a masculine discussion about this. This woman does not respect this man. She likes him. And this is something that parents need to understand. She likes him. She does not respect him. That's what she's telling you. And he will be sitting here screaming bloody murder, talking about the same thing a lot of you weak beta-eyed males out here say. Well, but I was nice to you, and I opened car doors for you, and things like, man, look here. Women don't give a damn about that. If you do that, it better be because that's your psychology. At the end of the day, a woman is going to count productivity. And yes, a woman will overlook everything for a producer. What she will never overlook is your lack of productivity. She will forever be holding out for your replacement. No matter what she tells you. This woman been with this man all this time. She's had 2 kids with him, and she's like, Calgon, take me away. Now, I want to be honest with you, though, for a moment. That is a rather, I'm just going to be totally honest, that is a rather dishonorable thing for you to do. I will say that. And the reason for it is because that's how you met that man. That man is what you met. And you accepted him.
But what about me?
That man is what you met. And you accepted him the way he was. Now you're coming back 7 years later saying he needs to change. But you met him. You laid up with him. You moved to a different state. You had children with him. You married him. How the hell are you going to do all that and then come back 7 years later and say, okay, you're not okay? But if he wasn't okay, how did he get to have sex with you and marry you and have children with you and move to a new state with you? How is it he was able to do all that if he wasn't already okay?
Honestly, I think I was just being impulsive. I was not being logical. I wasn't being rational. Like I said earlier, I wasn't in a good place when I met him. Like, I wasn't even working in my career. I didn't feel like I was going to get to that. So I just
okay. But the bottom line is, though, that this is the man you chose, and he has upheld his end of the bargain. This is the man you chose. Now you're telling him he needs to become somebody different. And I'm not even arguing with your motives for wanting to do so. I understand them. But do you understand that, by the way, for example, what would you say your skin complexion is?
I mean, I can see in my Instagram or see your picture. I'm like dark. I'm not dark, but I'm like, I guess like Serena complexion or a little like a shade lighter than hers.
Okay. I just sent you a text message. You can send me your Instagram handle and I'll take a look at that for you. But by the way, this would be the equivalent of a man sitting up here and after 7 years of being with you and saying your skin's too dark, your skin's too light, your breasts aren't big enough. It was big enough for you to lay up with me and marry me and have children with me. It was good enough for that. And then to wake up 7 years later and tell him, oh, that's not good enough anymore. I want you to just think about that for a few moments. To be with somebody and to tell them that they're okay to do all these things, and then y'all jump up one morning and say, okay, that's not good enough anymore. I mean, after marriage and children, marriage and children are supposed to be the indicator that what this man is exactly what you want to hold on to. And what you're saying is, yes, I married him and had children with him, and this is not what I want to hold on to. Can I get a mulligan? Think that over for a few seconds.
Definitely.
She wants to know if she can get a mulligan.
I just sent some stuff over.
I got it. Of course, your account is private.
I'm about to send some regular stuff.
Okay. Oh, you mean like a picture of yourself?
Pictures, videos, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know if I got time for pictures and videos necessarily, but... By the way, just out of curiosity, why did you marry him? If you felt this way already, why'd you marry him?
Just, like I said before, settling. And like now I got 2 kids from this dude. I already had a son prior to getting with him.
Oh, you mean you were a single mom when you met him?
Yeah. My son at the time was 6.
Okay.
No, 5.
Okay. So you were a single mom when you met him. You found a fella from Valdosta, Georgia, who was ready to take in you and the little bastard come with you. No offense. You found a fella who was willing to take you in with somebody else's child. You didn't require marriage of that man. Now, I want you to add all this up for a few moments, okay? I want you to add up all this up for just a few moments. You didn't require that man to marry you. You did require this man to marry you after you've had children. Do women even listen to themselves with some of the stuff they do? So the
first time I was
you wanted to drive up the price afterward.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, my son just walked in, but I'm listening.
She had a child with one man, and she wants to drive up the price later. Think about that for a few moments. I'm with one man, but I want to drive up the price. Think about that for a few seconds. Seven years later, she wants to drive up the price. Hell, after she got with that guy, she wants to drive up the price. I just want you to recognize what you're saying. At this point right now, what would you be expecting 7 years later?
Say that again?
At this point now, what would if you're distracted, ma'am, I gotta let you go, so pay attention. At this point right now, what are you expecting 7 years later? What exactly are you expecting? What exactly
I expect it to be the same.
Okay, what exactly would you like to see this man do for you at this point? What would you like to see?
It's not necessarily doing for me. I just would like to see him hold his own nuts. Like, I would like to see him take care of himself for a change. Like, he says he's going to do all these things. He says he has all these plans. But I'm like, we get to the same... We come to the table every year, and you're saying the same stuff, but I'm not seeing you take the steps to do anything, to make progress. Like, you saying you have all these goals, you need me to help you. Like, I'm trying to help you, and then it's like you still stand in the same spot.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I don't know what to do. I can't motivate you.
Correct.
Like, you have to already be motivated.
A woman cannot motivate a man. A woman can incentivize a man. She can't motivate him. If motivation wasn't a part of his personality and makeup when you met him, no, you're not going to be able to wrap your legs around him. No amount of sex tricks are going to incentivize him to change that, because men are really only motivated by sex and survival. And if his standard of survival was met at that warehouse, and if he gets his sexual needs met, then that is the level of productivity he's going to give. Because that was good enough to get you in the bed, good enough to get you to the altar, good enough to get you to the delivery table. Why would he possibly need to do more now? Because you're unhappy now, but you accepted him the way he was all this time. The real problem is that you see yourself differently now. That's the real problem. The real problem is that now you see yourself as a different person. You have progressed in your job. We'll call it a career if you want us to. You've progressed at that. And at this point now, that's why you feel some kind of way. You feel some kind of way because now that you have made a certain amount of progress professionally, you believe that the man should match you. You've got other coworkers you're looking at, and now you don't feel like a woman. You feel like they've gotten better than you have. And now you want the man to match the rest of your life. And you feel like he doesn't.
True. You're right. You're absolutely right. Everything you're saying is correct. I don't have any disagreements at all.
Okay. Does he have parents?
Yeah.
Maybe you can
they're
discuss.
divorced, but
Maybe you can discuss it with them. Okay, slow down. Maybe you can discuss it with them, but that would be about it. But the real fact of the matter here is, if this man's producing at a low level and has been, he's the one who has the desire to do more. Now, is he still working a warehouse job?
Yes.
Okay. So she let him work at a warehouse in Georgia. Now he's working at one in Texas. And she's like, hey, this needs to be better. What is his? You need to start with the basics. Like, his FICO score, his credit report, his savings. You're going to need to start with the basics. But I will tell you one thing. There is something else that motivates men also. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, what rating do you think that the men, not the women, not how you feel about yourself, what rating do you think the men of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex would give you on a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only?
Probably a 4 or 6.
Okay. Now, she said the number that she rates is a 4 or a 6. I'm not here to argue with that, and I'm not here to tell you whether it's right or not. I don't really rate women like that. But what I will tell you is, you tell me, how much motivation do you think a man has for a 6 or a 4?
I mean, not much, I guess. I don't know. I guess it depends on the man.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You have a lot of complaints about him, but you're not analyzing your leverage. So the only thing that the woman brings to a relationship is herself. You don't bring your money. You don't bring your resources. Men don't care about that. The only thing you offer us is you. And what you're telling us is that on a scale of 1 to 10, you could be rated below halfway. So what I'm saying is that's the level of incentive you offer.
It depends on the man.
Okay, ma'am, you already gave us that. If the best you can, if you're sitting here acknowledging a 4, that right there is all you need to know. Even you are being honest with yourself.
If I would have said an 8, like what?
Okay, if you say an 8,
I have confidence in myself. But
okay, ma'am. Okay, these are coping mechanisms. These are coping mechanisms. We're not here to entertain coping mechanisms. I literally said it doesn't matter how you feel about yourself. It doesn't matter how you feel about yourself. How you feel about yourself does not translate into your physical appearance, ma'am. You can't. This is wish believe. You can't wish your way into being an 8, ma'am. Well, I feel like an 8. Yeah, but you look like a 2. And I'm not saying you look like a 2. What I'm saying is you can't wish your value up, ma'am. So let's not do that. How you feel about yourself has no bearing upon how the rest of the world feels, which is why I said, how do you think the men would rate you? And look what you responded with. Well, I feel about myself. Do you think men care how you feel about yourself?
No.
Okay, so do men rate you on how you feel about yourself, or do they rate you on how desirable they see you?
How see me?
Okay, so how you feel about yourself is immaterial. So let's let that go. You can't negotiate this, ma'am. You can't negotiate this. That's why I tell people, this isn't about how you feel about yourself. When you see a bad broad, it's involuntary. It doesn't matter if she thinks she's a 2. If she's an 8 or a 10, the men are biologically going to respond. It's not something she has to negotiate or fight over. When we see her, it is going to be an 8 or a 10 response. It's involuntary. It doesn't require work on her part. It's not a decision that we make. It is a biological reflex. It's not something we have to argue over. So let's just be clear about that. Right now, you have a man who is not meeting apparently your standard of male competence, but he's been meeting the standard just fine all this time. You are not coming up very high on the leverage scale by your judgment. So your ability to get more out of him is going to be limited. You were already a single mom when you met him. you were grateful then, you have now become ungrateful. What you're telling yourself is that you can do better. Well, you know what? If that's the way you really feel about it, you can try, but I am going to warn you, you're going to walk yourself out there into that woman's wasteland that you call a sexual marketplace. You can try it. If you think there's anything waiting for you out there for a 32-year-old, 33-year-old, 35-year-old single mom, if you think there's anything nice waiting for you out there, you got another thought. You better talk to the other 35-year-old single moms in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You better talk to them. In the Plano area. Shout out to some of my former co-hosts. You better talk to some of them. You better talk to some of them in Addison, Richardson, Mesquite. You ain't gonna teach me anything about there, by the way. That's my old stomping grounds. Hell, even up in Allen now, by the way. Even up in Allen. If you think there's anything out there waiting for you, go try it. You are in for a horrific surprise. And what I'm saying is, even at this point right now, what you're saying is, well, I'm a strong 6. On some days, I could pass for a 4. That's not going to be very motivating to a man, is what I'm telling you. It's not going to be very motivating. And it is your job to motivate him. That's not his job. It is your job to motivate him. So if you're saying by your standards, you rank in at a 6, maybe a 4, the first order of business is to objectively get that number up. Because I will tell you one thing, men are survival creatures. And a man understands that when a woman is hitting the gym 4 days a week, all of a sudden she's monitoring what she eats. All of a sudden she's got a new hairstyle because this, no offense, the Zulu warrior thing you got going on here, that would need to be addressed. When a man starts noticing that you're making changes, we recognize the clear signs that she is telling herself she's going to re-enter the marketplace.
Well, since you said that, I mean, honestly, that's what I've been doing since the new year started. I joined Lifetime.
All right,
I go every.
All right, we'll hear back in a year. Well, I've been trying. Okay, for sure. We'll hear back in a year because understand, men don't fall for idle bluffs either. So what we check to see is if it lasts. So if that becomes the new way under the sun, somebody might end up taking you seriously. But men don't fall for idle threats. If you pull the trigger on it, if a man starts seeing results, he understands there's only one thing a woman can do. If a woman is trying to improve the way her body looks, there's only one place she plans on taking it, to a man. That's the only thing she plans on doing. She doesn't need to improve her body to keep her job. She already got her job. If she's trying to improve her looks, there's only one place that actually has any value, and that's with another man. And by the way, I am not telling you to pursue another man. I never tell people anything of that foolish magnitude. I would never tell someone to be divorced. I would never tell them to leave their relationship, because if you did, I ain't going to take care of your kids, and I ain't going to snuggle up with you tonight. That man you with will.
I don't take it like that.
Well, I'm saying that man you're with.
You definitely give me a good perspective.
What I'm saying is I don't like it when therapists, psychologists, internet gurus, other foolish individuals tell folks to leave their relationships. That's stupid as hell, because you're not going to come take care of her and those kids. You're not going to come be a father to them. You're not going to come take them to softball practice. You're not going to do any of that. That man will. So that is why it is criminally wrong for people to do things like that. Now, once again, if he's chasing you around the house with a butcher knife, I won't tell you to divorce him, but I will tell you probably need to move across the street, okay? Wherever you're going to be. But what I am going to say here is I never tell people to do that. But what I will say is water seeks its own level. And if you are a 6 or a 4, a 6 or a 4 can get a warehouse worker. That's what a 6 or a 4 can do. But Jason, oh hell. But Jason, let me talk. You talked all the way from Jacksonville. You sure you want to keep talking? Yes, I do. You need to respect us women's. I have a job in IT. Congratulations. That and $38 will get you a cab ride across town. Because men don't care about that. So your job is not what impresses this man. That's not what matters to him. So if there is any leeway to improve the real estate, otherwise, that's really the only leverage you have. The only thing a woman brings to a relationship is herself. And if he truly wants to be with you, if he sees clear indications that other people might be, because the real thing is when a woman looks better, she's susceptible to other people muscling him out. And what a man looks for isn't whether or not dudes want to sleep with you, because he knows, okay, there's always some bottom feeder. The only thing that motivates a man is whether this woman can do better than him. Now, if she has the ability to get a man who is better than him, now he's like, oh hell, I gotta step my game up because she can trade me in for something better. Because women don't like to step down. And he knows you're not going to leave for somebody doing the same thing. It's like, okay, she wasn't happy with that. But if she actually had the ability to bag one of the vice presidents or something like that, then the men take a look at that differently. But more than anything else, just understand that's the only thing you bring to a relationship is yourself. That's all.
True. All right. Well, I definitely thank you for your time. I'm grateful that I got the opportunity to talk with you and kind of air some of that stuff out because I didn't really have anybody to talk to. Like my parents are so religious, like, oh, pray about it, blah, blah, blah. No.
Well,
no.
I absolutely cannot endorse you leaving him, and it's not simply because I don't tell people to leave. This man has not done anything to you. What you're saying is he's right. Professionally, I am unhappy that he's professionally underperforming, but it was good enough to marry, so you have to be an adult. You have to be an adult. This is what you bought. And if you are unable to be satisfied here, you just go somewhere else and be unable to be satisfied because that tends to travel with you. You're in your 30s. You don't need to be jumping from one place to another. You need to stay where you are and fix and work on what you've got. Now, you haven't said anything to me that indicates this man doesn't care about you. You also haven't said anything to indicate to me that he does not want to do better. You even indicated that there are things he would like to do. He probably doesn't have enough support in that area, or he probably doesn't have enough of the steps in that area. But a clear, concrete plan is something as simple as getting his FICO score up. If he owes any debts or whatever, those need to be paid off. So getting his credit score together will help. So then from there, you can start talking about cars. So getting your credit, the building blocks are having credit and having savings. So having credit report, having proper credit and having savings in the bank, having, a financial cushion in the bank that you can put your hands on. That's the building blocks of everything. And if those two things are missing, there's why he has trouble. So you're not going to get much traction. So if you really want him to get a lift off, there's where you want to start focusing on his discipline for that. If he's not listening to my program, he probably needs to be.
I try to get him to. He don't want to listen to anybody who's going to make him feel like he's not doing the right thing.
Okay. That's your version.
That's why we didn't make it through premarital counseling.
That's your version of the events. I don't know what his side of it is. That's your version of the events. I don't know what his side of it is. I don't know what that is. It might be just that you are so discontent that nothing he does would satisfy you. I don't know that. I don't know what his side of the story is. Without having access to him in that regard, what I will say is if that's truly the way that you believe, then what you need to do is accentuate your positives because you can't change him. I'm always telling people you can't change other people. What you can change is yourself. And what you can alter is yourself. And other people will have no choice but to change the way in which they deal with you when they see that you're not the same person. So you don't try to change your husband, change yourself. And when he realizes that your world has expanded, then that would be the single greatest factor that will influence his behavior.
Facts. Thank you. That's some sound advice. I appreciate that.
I'd like to hear back from you in 6 months. Most people just
like, oh, leave him. And I'm like,
no, I would never tell you to.
I want to fix it, but I don't know how.
Well, you don't fix him, you fix yourself. You fix,
right.
you improve yourself.
That's what I just learned. Thank you.
Once you show that you have improved, the landscape around you will have no choice but to improve.
True. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'd like to hear
And
back
I'm
from
gonna
you
try
in
to get
6
him to call
months.
in.
Well, I'd like to hear back from you in 6 months.
Definitely.
Thank you
I'll
very
call
much for
back.
giving us a call here. Definitely, ladies, pay that attention. Pay that attention. The man, if you marry a man and have children with him, what you're telling him is he's all right the way he is. I like you the way you are. You're fine the way you are. That's what you're saying. You can't play games with that. You're with him for 7 years and then you jump up, oh, I don't like this. That's not the way that works. And in her case, you try to hop your happy ass back out here. This is a meat grinder. This is a meat grinder. You don't want to have no part of this. Caller from area code 346. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, B1 Jason. This is Raven calling from Houston.
Raven from Houston. What's on your mind?
Yes, I have a question. What would you say to females who are like myself? I was raised by strong black men. I was prepared for life, survival, being taught how to do everything. And so are we doomed? Women like me, I am married. I have a daughter. We've been married for a long time. I just wanted to get your professional opinion. Are women like me in trouble when we're taught to be so strong?
Yes, super, yes, single biggest issue affecting screwing y'all up. Yes, all the way, yes.
Oh.
Because by definition, what you all are adopting are coping mechanisms that poison you. Because by definition, when you say things like, I can be happy being alone, you just said, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. You just said, I don't need a man. I can do bad by myself. I don't need a man. I'm strong and independent. I don't need a man. How are you going to get any man to invest in you when you've walked in the door telling him that you do not respect or desire his investment?
Yes, I can understand.
Here is the single biggest piece of advice that I can give any female out there who wants to keep the man that she is with. The single biggest advice I can give to any of you, because women are the biggest saboteurs of relationships, marriages, everything. The women are just wreaking havoc around the world right now. The real biggest issue right here, if you really want to fix it, and most women don't because they're just broken about that. But if you really want to help yourselves, the biggest thing you could do is tell a man 3 words. And the words are not, I love you. The words are, I need you. But women are terrified to say those words because once you say it, you can't take it back. And you're so invested in this phony identity of strong and independent and invulnerable that you have become unfit to be with a man. A man needs a woman who needs a man. And if you are afraid or incapable of saying that and then living it, because once you say it, now you need to live it. If you cannot do those 2 things, then prepare for a very long, lonely, miserable existence. Even if you're married. Even if you are married.
Yes.
Because you will have a man who knows that you don't truly appreciate the value of having him. And men are never going to stop having sex with you. We don't do that. We will just stop trying. Now, there's usually what gets women's attention.
I've actually told my husband that.
Yeah, that's what usually gets women's attention is when they see the man stops trying, when he stops producing. Then the light bulb goes on. Oh, I screwed up. But the fact of the matter is they're waiting for us to do something really hostile like stop having sex. That's the way women think. When women get upset, they stop having sex. Men don't. It's like, oh, no. We can lay up with you with outright contempt for you. That's not going to stop us from having sex with you if you're available. Any more than it's going to stop us from getting our oil changed in our car. I don't have to like my mechanic, but if he does it without breaking something, I'll be there. But the bottom line is no, ma'am. That's a very bad thing. And most of you are going to end up in very dire straits with a man who isn't producing for you, either because you're married to him or you're not married to him, because you have not given him an incentive to do so. You've robbed him of his incentive.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Certainly, hopefully she can work on that. Let me get caller from area code 267. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, yes, this is Tammy calling from Leon's Park. My call was disconnected before. I do apologize from moments ago. But I just wanted to say two things real quick. I wanted to say that the single mother epidemic, I definitely blame for this situation. I had a little debate with a Hebrew Israelite, and the argument was if he believed that people should stay in their race when it comes to marriage. And I have a cousin who met white woman, but she was a doctor.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with your phone, but your phone's getting really muddled. So if you're moving around, I'll give you one chance to stop moving around.
I do apologize. I was having issues with my phone. But I was trying to explain to him, logically, most females feel secure with a man who's above average and making more than them or at their level. And he then refers to, I guess, Kevin Samuel, one of those people that you were talking about, and about how black women, even though if she's a doctor, that she should be able to marry a trucker, not a trucker, but like a garbage man or bus driver. And I said to him, that doesn't even make sense. And so what I'm noticing is, and he also was raised by a single mother.
Okay, can we get to the point here? I'm losing brain cells. So what exactly is the point? Did you have a question?
Well, how would you, I guess, approach like situations like this, where you're noticing a pattern with a lot of young men who are being fed so much wrong information. On top of that, their environment is, I guess, another factor.
First thing here is, as women, you all have to lose your appetite for silly men. You have to lose your appetite for men who tell you what you want to hear. You can't even give them the time of day. Too many women sit there and give an audience to things that they know are not correct, either because you all are bored or whatever. And I'm telling you, that's the worst thing you could do. It would be a whole lot better for you all to gather around one man who's giving you the real than to sit up here and have a guy who's feeding you garbage all to yourselves. And you all tend to do that. So the first thing you need to look for is that man producing? It needs to be cold, hard, and stark, just like that. And he shouldn't have your time if he isn't. That is biology speaking. That is survival speaking.
90
If you want to know why
seconds.
it is that you all are drowning, if you want to know why it is you all are drowning in non-productive males, that it doesn't matter how many you put your finger on and swipe on, he ain't producing and ain't moving. It's because so many have been allowed access that they should not have been allowed. Men are motivated by two things, survival and sex. And if his ability to survive is not on point, then he shouldn't be able to recreate himself. And too many females give a man an audience with her. And by you giving him your time, you are giving him the nonverbal cues that he has the opportunity to reproduce. Therefore, he should continue doing what he's doing. Because men look for one thing. If he talks to a woman and she stops moving, the moment we talk to you and you stop moving, we figure we got your attention. If we got your attention, we figure we can do other things. So if you really want to shut that down, stop giving an audience to it. First and foremost, for the females, stop giving an audience. When the men see the females stop giving it an audience, they follow. But if there is even the perception that the females are listening, then the men are going to start responding in kind and say, ooh, well, there must be something to it. Thank you for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 630. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Jason. This is Nick from Chicago by way of Houston.
Nick from Chicago, what's on your mind?
Yeah, when you said earlier about that 100% rate about the women that put on the front about, hey, I can run a business, I can do these things on my own, et cetera, and then them breaking down, I can confirm that I have yet, out of everywhere that I've traveled, out of all the people that I've talked to, I don't care if they've been a client, I was thinking about being romantically involved, casually speaking to them. If you talk to them long enough, every single one of them break down and they have a relief. You can even ask them a question about, hey, what if you had a guy that, bought you your clothes? What if you had a guy that just, paid your rent for a month? What if you do that? Even that, if you talk to them in person, even if they don't want to admit it, you see the relief or the strain on their faces and their shoulders just relax. And it's crazy. So for anybody out there, because of the work that I do, I have to look at these numbers. And I looked at something, and last point here, I looked at something called the 2019 State of Women in Business report, sponsored by American Express. And the numbers are really, really bad, especially for black women, since that's what we're kind of sort of focusing on here. $24,000 a month, $24,000 a year compared to other women, $128,000. So even working through those numbers, to having to scrape and to grind and everything will burn them up, just because even the businesses are not even bringing in that much. So that's why they have to have 2 or 3 different businesses to even do that. So it really just destroys them.
You put on a brave face until the rent's due. You got a brave face till the rent's due. You got a brave face till things need to be paid for. You have a brave face right up until then. And that's when reality hits. Reality hits when the rest of the world has to play along with whatever image you've given yourself. When the rest of the world doesn't play along, that's when things fall apart. Because the bottom line is, you can fake in front of a man when you're being defiant. As soon as he leaves the room, you have to actually sit there and be like, yeah, I'm good where I am. Yeah, I'm really good with this. And what usually happens is they pick up a habit. They get pets, kids, drugs, whatever. Substance abuse, pills. They start trying to distract themselves from the real world. A woman who's properly balanced is all about her man, and if she has kids, about the kids otherwise. But she realizes the man is what balances that. The further you see a woman move away from that, she starts identifying with children. They become her social circle. That becomes a problem. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Now, let me get caller from area code 518. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Jason. My name is Marianne. I'm calling from Troy, New York.
Okay, Marianne from Troy, New York?
Yes.
All right, Marianne, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to say I enjoy your show. I am fortunate to have come across it, and I just wanted to urge you on and say you're doing the right thing, and everything you speak is truth, and to continue on. It's a fantastic show.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 310. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, he's got a lot of background noise going on there. Caller from area code 917. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, you can hear me.
What is your name? Where are you calling from, sir?
This is D from New York. You can hear me? Am I on?
Well, you were on. Okay. D there is out to lunch, apparently, so maybe if you all can help him out with that or whatever, maybe he can get a little assistance there. But, folks, if he doesn't know where he is, then I can't help him. He's got to know where he is. So, all right. Am I on? No, you're off. There's a lot to be learned here regardless. This is a conversation really that, we can start. We can start that as men. It'll be up to the women to finish it. It'll be up to women to do that because this is the conversation they need to pick up with themselves. You all need to make each other feel a lot less self-conscious about whether or not you pursue these things. You need to be a lot less self-conscious. You need to stop holding out on each other. These are conversations where the women need to be honest with each other and normalize being okay with actually getting better about this because it's so screwed off here. To become comfortable with losing touch with your femininity, that's the part that's screwed off, is when you become comfortable losing touch with it. When that occurs, you're done. When that occurs, you're done. You don't have anything else. You don't have anything else when that happens. The idea that chasing a career and chasing a job and chasing money, well, that'll level it out. And it doesn't. The young woman's calling me from Frisco, Texas. Why? Because her paper is straight, but the man is out of balance. Mary J. Blige, her paper is straight, but habitually her choices in men are out of balance. Because she's telling herself, well, as long as my money is straight, I am insulated from the man not being. As long as I'm okay, the man doesn't have to be okay. I'm all right. I'm all right as long as the man is, as long as my money is okay, I'm all right. I don't have to do better than that. And that's where the lie comes into play. You're not okay. You're not all right. We have a generation of broken females. They're not okay. They're not all right. They are miserable. They're outright totally miserable. And they're getting older. They're getting far older, and it just simply reaches a point after a little while, not even after a little while, it reaches a point eventually where there's really nothing you can do, and that's where the female psyche really breaks down. They start wearing sweatpants all the damn time. Start petting pets all the damn time. They regress into themselves. Start playing video games all the damn time. They know all the office party functions by memory. Yeah, you've lost yourself. You've lost yourself. That's the problem, is you've lost yourself. And once you lose yourself, you can forget about getting it back. And many of you were raised by that. A lot of you are going to have to go to war against the nonsense that your mammy taught you. A lot of you are going to have to sit there and say, hey, I got to vanquish that because I want a better life than she had. I want something better and different than she had. I don't want to have the same thing mama had. I want to have better. And you got to make a decision that you're going to do that. That's going to be important. If you haven't listened to my program here from Valentine's Day, if you haven't listened to that program, you need to do so. And here's some older women telling you about how the story ended. You need to hear that. By the way, in the chat room for Crystal Mahogany, you had a lot to say there. By the way, the telephone lines are open for you. By the way, the telephone lines are now open for you. So, by the way, she's got a couple of minutes to go ahead and call in for that, since she's had a lot to say. She can go ahead and give us a call for that. We would love to go ahead and hear from you. The number is 646-787-1933. Let me go ahead and see if I can get caller from area code 201. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Andrea. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay, these people with these flip phones out here. Try again. What was your name?
My name is Andrea, and I'm calling from New Jersey.
Andrea, from where at in New Jersey?
From Montclair.
All right, and what's on your mind, Andrea?
I'm just calling because I actually really like your show. I think that before, when I was like in my early 20s, I kind of felt like how a lot of like the women that you're saying is going to be their downfall. I used to always think, oh, I don't need a man. I got a good job. I got a college degree. But now I'm married and I'm 30, and I'm super happy that like I kind of changed my way of thinking when I hit my late 20s. Because if I wouldn't have, I think that I would have ended up like a lot of women who are just like you say, working on all the holidays and all those holiday parties by heart, and like use work to be their man. And it's actually really sad when you see like older women who are in their 50s prioritizing work over family. And it really makes me realize I do not want that for my life at all.
That is the sign of a broken female. Good, because the 20th century is really the first time. It's only been the last 100 years that females been in the workplace like that. And when your identity becomes the workplace, then by definition, you've lost your feminine identity. Because it's very clear that's a coping mechanism. A woman is supposed to have a life in the family. That's her purpose for being. There isn't anything that nurtures her. Her biology is centered around it. And if she loses that, then by definition, she's lost herself as a person. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 601. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, how are you doing this evening? My name is Carmen. I'm out of Atlanta. How are you?
Okay, and what's your name again?
Carmen.
Hello, Carmen, out of Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Yes, I tried to call earlier, first and foremost, but thank you for giving me the number to call again. I'm not saying none of your points are not valid. However, I feel as though it didn't apply to me, and I guess that's why I wanted to call. Now, I can't change anybody's opinion because we all have different walks of life, but I must say, me being a 34-year-old woman that's divorced, that's still thriving as far as, being an essential individual for my children. I do work. I do have a small business. I am dating. And I just feel as though I haven't lost myself. You know what I mean? I can't afford to lose myself. I have to continue to thrive and find new ways to reinvent myself and stay on track so that I can still have my sanity and my peace and be able to be of substance not only for myself but for my children. My life can't be my job. I still have to have an identity, whether I work or not or whether I was married or not. Now, I must say I am divorced. And I know that brings its own backlash or whatever, the case. A lot of people put a scarlet letter on divorced women, and I'm okay with that. I can't change anybody's opinion, but I know that even before the call and when I get off this phone, I have my own life to live, and I know the reality that I face, in my everyday to day. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I am dating someone. He is a great man. He's been a great provider for me. However, after what I've been through and what I experienced in my divorce, I can't see myself being codependent so much on another person where I could possibly lose myself again in someone. I feel like I have to be whole.
Now, I want you all to understand something here. Take a look at how long she's able to go on.
Because I'm talking.
Yeah.
I called you to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the first thing. It's not a feminine trait to go on for a long time. That's not a feminine trait.
Okay.
And let me explain to you why that matters. Because the first thing you said was that, well, I don't think I've lost myself. Here's the problem with that statement. A patient isn't qualified to self-diagnose. So, of course, you think you're fine. All you basically said was, well, I'm okay. I'm divorced, got 2 kids. I'm out here dating. I mean, nobody's married me, but I'm okay. So, basically what you're saying is, well, I'm all right.
Marriage, but I'm not ready for marriage.
Okay,
I'm not ready to be remarried.
Ma'am, we don't over talk the host here. Yet another unfeminine trait, by the way. Very belligerent, very boorish.
Wow, okay.
We don't over talk the host.
No, I'm not upset. I'm not angry.
Ma'am, you're very. I said very belligerent. So you don't have to be angry to be belligerent. Words matter. In any case, yeah. What you're saying is, I'm okay. Problem. You're not qualified to determine if you're okay. Do you know who is?
Okay. Who?
Okay. The men who would protect and provide for you. They're the only ones.
Right.
They are the only people qualified to say that you are okay. And right now, you don't have that.
Right.
And you don't have that.
How can you assume I don't have it?
Because if you actually had an offer from someone who was competent at that level, you'd already be there.
Well, actually, my boyfriend was blowing me up while I'm talking to you, but I'm putting him on hold to call your show
and
to converse with you.
There's
He's
the proof
and
there's the proof right there there's the proof right there that he's not really that fly, because if he were, you'd be on the phone with him and not me.
Oh no, he is amazing.
Clearly I'm more amazing.
It doesn't have to be the case for everyone.
Clearly I'm more amazing.
That's not every woman's scenario in my circumstance.
Ma'am, clearly I'm more amazing.
I wouldn't know that. I don't know you personally.
We do know that because you just ignored him to stay on the phone with me. Now, who's the Mac?
He is. But I'll call him back. And really,
that's right. That's right. My dude, you got to wait on the back burner. The authority is doing what he do.
Wait on me.
And she's going to... No. He's not going to wait on you. He's going to wait on me.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he's not waiting for you. He's waiting for me.
No, he's waiting for me.
No, he's waiting until I get done talking to you, by definition. He's waiting until I'm done. He ain't waiting on you. He's not waiting on you. He's waiting on me to get done.
He's waiting on me.
Wanna bet?
Yeah.
Okay. I can end this phone call right now and you'd have no choice but to call him.
I'll end it for you. God bless.
Well, since she's not quick enough to hit the button, I'll hit it for her. As I said, you're here as long as I want you to be. When I don't want you to be here, by the way, I can end this phone call right now. And unlike her, I've got somebody new to talk to. Caller from area code 201. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, it's Andrea calling from Montclair, New Jersey. I had a question before you hung up. Hello?
Sounds like you are in the middle of a wind tunnel.
I'm so sorry. I just got off of work, so
Okay.
I didn't really ask a question while I was at work.
Why don't you give us a call back when you're in a bit of a less windy area? Ladies, get your act together out there. They are struggling tonight. Caller from area code 504. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from? And yes, she did sound like a hunk of meat, by the way. She's from Atlanta. She sounded like a good size 16. I got 2 kids. The men didn't let me, ma'am. I'm sure at the big and bold bikini contest, you were a thrill. But anyway, caller from 504. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 504 is hitting the pipe. Andrea, what are you doing there? I don't know what she is doing. She is messed up. I hope she can get mugged. Caller from area code 701. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, something really weird is happening here right now. I don't know what's happening. Something really strange is happening. The folks were on the line, they were calling, and then they're just hanging up or something. I don't know. Caller from 504, are you all getting abducted in mass or something? Are there white vans following my callers around? What's going on? Okay. Something of a bizarre nature seems to be occurring. I know Putin is invading the Ukraine as we speak, so I'm hoping that's not, I'm hoping that's not being a factor in what we're hearing here. So some strange reason, I don't know if you all are out there, if there's white vans or black vans for that matter, following people around. I don't know what's going on. 1 minute they're there, the next minute they're not. So I don't know what they're doing. If any of you need help out there, send a message to somebody. You can't send it to me, though. Apparently I can't hear from you, but try anyway. Okay, I just called into the number myself. The lines are working just fine, so I'm going to start banning people, is what I'm going to start doing if they don't answer the phone. So, caller from 504, last try. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, put the pipe down.
Hello?
Okay. Caller from 504, you are gone. Caller from area code 201, you are live.
All right, does it sound better now?
Not really, but in any case, you have a lot of struggle in your life, ma'am. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Andrea, and I'm calling from Montclair, New Jersey.
Okay, Andrea has a lot of struggle. Didn't I already talk to you, ma'am?
Yes, you did. But the reason I was calling was because I had a question that I kept asking in the chat, and I really just wanted to know, why can't men and women, like in a marriage, both of them be producers? Why?
I spent the entire program saying that, ma'am. I put together a list. You lose your femininity. Men will no longer be your protector and provider because now you're their competitor. You alienate other women. That's not very sexy. You lose your motherly instincts, and you lose the ability to judge male competence. So any man that you are with, you're not going to be happy with him because you've lost your ability to judge a male's competence because you're trying to compensate for a man's competence by being a producer in and of yourself. I literally spent the entire first couple hours of the program explaining all this.
No, I get that, but I'm saying, okay, so what if you live in an area where both parents, should be working? That's just why I'm confused, because realistically in today's economy, I don't, unless if you're somebody who's making, more than six figures, I don't really, even at that, depending on where you live, that's really not enough. So,
okay.
That's why I'm just
Let me find out. Andrea, how old are you?
I am 30.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
I don't have any kids.
How many times have you been pregnant?
Twice.
You get my point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Just like the other young man, by the way, y'all, that New York, New Jersey area, there's a reason why I brought this up, because people who haven't been able to demonstrate they can succeed at this, they start creating an alternative rationality to try to justify what they've been doing as opposed to actually operating in the real world. So what you did was a justification and a rationalization, but it's not an explanation. So what I'm saying is that if a female has behaved in a certain way, then there's only going to be a certain type of guy she can get. So then her explanations of the world start to circle around her circumstances as opposed to around reality. Does that make more sense to you?
It kind of does, but
it kind of does.
Yeah, I do think it kind of does, because I feel like compared to the people that I was dealing with before, compared to now, I do feel like compared to before, I wasn't dealing with people who could produce, but now, my husband, he is a producer. But even in him being a producer, to make ends meet, we really would have to both work, unless it would make him have to, overwork. And I just feel like, why would I waste what I went to school for to just sit around and not work? I don't work overtime. I definitely don't do that, but I do have a full-time job. And when it's like my time to retire, I'll just retire, and that's just that, you know?
Okay. Here's the issue here. What do you define as a producer?
Somebody who can basically cover the bills on their own. Someone who can save money with being able to cover the bills on their own. And somebody ultimately who can kind of put me onto things, especially when it comes to like not really saving, but like investing, because you know it's easy to learn how to save, but not everyone knows how to invest and think about like the long haul as far as their future.
Okay. Now, explain to me how, in that dynamic, a woman can be a producer.
I mean, well, I guess I wouldn't be as much of a producer, but I can help.
Okay, so I can help.
So not
can you explain to me? Can you explain to me exactly how does a woman, quote, help a producer by working?
I guess contributing to savings, contributing to some of the bills. Like as far as my hair and nails and like feet and stuff like that, I don't really expect my husband to pay for that. I pay for that on my own. Groceries, I pay for
that's
on my
interesting because as a producer, by definition, we're supposed to invest in those things for you.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is you're trying to make an alternative.
But then it's like, what is?
You're trying to make an alternative definition that matches your circumstances, as opposed to an objective definition that matches reality.
But then my question is, so what am I supposed to do with my money that I'm making? Just like, then I wouldn't have a reason. Like, I wouldn't have nothing to spend my money on then.
Well, if you're going to call a man a producer, then by definition, it is his finances that don't require you. Once you introduce the element of your finances are required, which is what you did at the outset, then by definition, we're not talking about that anymore.
But like it's 2022, so I'm just like, especially for black men, like why would I expect him to cover everything, including
I didn't say cover everything, ma'am. I didn't say that. I said by definition his finances don't require you. No, I didn't say he covers everything. That's not what I said. I said by definition he doesn't require, his finances don't require you. Now that's if he's a producer. Now if he's the average guy, which is what it sounds like you have, if he's the average guy, and there's nothing wrong with that per se necessarily, but if he's the average guy, then the metric is going to be different in that regard. But let me ask you a little bit of something here. Now,
yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, where would the men of New York City rank you at?
Probably a 6.
Okay. Probably. Are you sure that number on some days probably couldn't tack a little bit lower?
No. I don't live in New York. I live in New Jersey.
Correct, ma'am. I meant what I
said.
I meant when I said New York. I know what you said.
Oh, okay.
I meant what I said.
I was
New
still saying
York.
6.
So you believe that you're in New York 6?
Yep.
You believe that the men of New York City, not you, not how you feel about yourself, but that if I were to show your picture to a man in New York, he would say, yes, that's what we consider to be a 6 in New York.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. What size do you wear?
I wear a 10.
So you're saying that you are a size 10, and at the same time, you're a 30-year-old size 10 who's been pregnant twice, and you are what New York City considers to be a 6.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, are you mixed?
No, I'm not mixed.
You're not light-skinned?
Yeah, I'm light skinned.
Okay, there
but
you
I'm
go.
not really sure why that matters.
That matters because light-skinned chicks in that area tend to grade themselves in a bit of a curve. So that does explain a few things here. Look, the bottom line is definitely, I'm very glad you're happily married and all that. That's great. How long you been married?
2 years.
Okay,
When
are
I
you-
called earlier, so I met him in my late 20s.
Okay. How is it you all been married for 2 years and you don't have any kids?
Well, I'm on birth control because I don't really want to have kids yet. I kind of want to wait until like I'm 33, 34, and then have
Okay.
kids.
Let me find out here. You've known this man for a decade.
No, I didn't know him for a decade. So I met him in my late 20s, and we got married like not
you
even
say
a year.
you say your
after.
late 20s. I thought you said early 20s. Okay. So you've known him in your late 20s.
Late 20s.
Okay, so you've known him for what, 4 or 5 years then?
4 years.
Okay. How old is he?
33.
Okay. It doesn't take a man that long to figure out if he wants to have children with a woman. And if he's married you and it's 2 years later, there's something else going on. So I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the audience. I'm not talking to you. I just want everybody to understand about that. That's the kind of thing to take advantage of. That's the kind of thing to take notice of right there. About how much does he make a year? Because you called him a producer. How much does he make a year?
Well, he's a petroleum engineer, so I would say like maybe 95, 100K.
Okay. Not a producer. And especially in that part of the world, he's basically working class, but there's nothing wrong with that. Petroleum engineer, that's great. That's wonderful. By the way, how much do you make?
I make 84.
Okay. There are truck drivers on average who make more than he does. I'm just giving everybody a very simple metric to use there. By the way, my average truck drivers that I counsel here on the program make more than he does. And he's probably been to school for what he does. So I just want to put that in perspective when I tell people what it is and what it isn't. Between the two of you living in the New Jersey area, you make $150,000 a year. And I guess that's before taxes.
Yeah.
Right. Between the two of you. So what I'm saying is the metrics and the standards that you're using are going to come out with very inaccurate results based on what you're talking about there. So you're dating a guy who certainly makes above median income. That's perfectly fine. Sounds like he's a reliable dude. That's a very good thing to look for there. So he's reliable. He makes above average income. Even though you're in the most expensive state tax-wise, by the way. New Jersey has always been horrible as far as taxes are concerned. All things remaining equal, however, no, we're not talking to producers. So for what you all are doing, yes. For how you're living, yes, you need 2 incomes. Yes. Because he couldn't carry that by himself. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You're not with somebody who could carry that by himself. He can't. So yes, under your circumstances, not the real world, under your circumstances, you're explaining it. Yeah, a dude gotta work. And you have to work also. You have to. Not you should, not you can, you have to. Because right now, you all would still just be trying to establish yourselves in that area. Do you both have cars?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you both live in the same? I'm assuming you both live in the same house. I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you buying your home or are you renting?
We are renting.
Okay, not that it really matters. Not that it really
trying-
matters that big today, to be totally honest. But yeah, so under those circumstances, there, you're renting a home. You got 2 cars. Yeah, basically that's where you're at. Now, if he ever doubles his income, maybe we see things a little bit differently. But yes, the reason why that doesn't work, ma'am, is because, well, for where you're at, it would be required. But let's be very, very clear. Would you prefer those circumstances?
What do you mean? Would I prefer those circumstances?
You're 30 years old right now with a very bad cell phone, or at least the Bluetooth needs to get upgraded. And what I'm saying is, would you prefer to continue working?
To be honest, only until I'm 50, 60.
Okay, so
and then that will be it, because
you want to work until you're 50 or 60. So what you're saying is that you do not wish to have children at all.
I do wish to have children, but what I'm saying is I can't see myself just staying at home all day for the rest of my life taking care of kids. Yes, of course, when I have kids, I'll take a break and probably dial down to being a per diem worker or part time. But I don't see myself, just completely quitting working.
Okay, well, right now you're 30 years old. When you're going to have children, because you're 30 right now, so, and you're on birth control to prevent it, so you do understand that this isn't something you just get to jump up one day and say, okay, I'll do it. And you're saying I don't want to be having children later, but by definition, you're causing that to occur because you're waiting. So did you think about the fact that, by the way, you're saying I don't want to wait forever to have kids, and she's waiting to have kids?
No, I didn't say I don't want to wait to have kids. I just said I didn't want to.
You said I don't want to be raising them.
Children.
You said I don't want to be raising them forever. But the problem is you're waiting. Yes, ma'am. I heard what you said. By definition, you are waiting. So you're creating that forever event that you're talking about here. Yes, ma'am. I heard what you said. You're creating that event by waiting. By definition. That's right. You have to understand the female psyche today. Once they get into the work world, they lose touch with their motherly instincts. They lose touch with math. They lose touch with the reality around them, and they create a fabricated reality where having children is a 2-minute event and raising them is a 1-hour event, as opposed to having children is a 1.5 year long event, and because you got to get prepared for that, and then raising them is a 2-decade event. Ma'am, if you got pregnant tonight, you would be raising children till you were 50. That I don't want to be working past 50 thing you were referring to, actually, you're creating that circumstance as we speak.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is, when I say I don't want to be raising kids, I mean in the sense of, why would I have to give up working entirely just to be a mom? Why couldn't I do both while I'm married? I couldn't, the way I am, I don't see myself, just quitting my job altogether and just staying at home while my kids are 10, 11. No, I would find a schedule for work that would allow, while my kids are at school, I'm working. And then I'm still home every night to do homework, to do dinners and stuff like that. But
right.
I just
understand something. What you are articulating, and men need to have their ears go up when they hear this. A female who is articulating that I want to keep my job because my job gives me veto power, like the very rotund female from Atlanta who called earlier. She's divorced with 2 kids. There's a reason she's divorced with 2 kids, because she wants a job so she can have veto power. I don't want to put my fate in the man's hands. I don't want to trust him as my protector and provider. I want to keep a job because that's how I define myself. You define yourself as a worker, not as a wife. And a man needs to be aware of that if he links himself to you for the rest of his life. He just needs to understand, dude, you're marrying a worker, not a woman. Her priority is keeping her job. There's only one thing that a woman gets her body in shape for, and that's to take it to a man. And there's only one thing that a person focuses on a job for, to protect themselves financially. So you're not trying to be a part of a unified household. You're trying to make sure that you keep veto power. So a man needs to be aware of that. That she's focusing on, I need to retain my job, my connection to my job. Your connection to your job is directly, by your own admission, inhibiting your connection to a family. Your so-called family is taking a back seat to your job. And she's like, yeah, I got to keep this job. So what she's saying is, my job is more important. I need that. So why is the job more important than the family? Oh, yeah, because she doesn't value that. So she wants the man because she's checking a box, but she does not want the man because it's essential. And a man needs to be forewarned about what he's jumping into.
It's not that I don't value those things. I do. It's just...
You don't value them as much as the job. You don't value them as much as the job.
I do, but the thing is, I just don't understand why. I guess that's where I'm kind of confused, because I don't understand. Okay, if I have a kid,
okay, let me explain. Let me explain this very simply for you here, since apparently the math isn't clicking for you. You will either be a great mother or a great worker. Which will it be?
I definitely think I would be a great mother.
Okay, clearly not, because your priority is, I need to hold on to my job, and every word that's come out of your mouth has been about retaining the job. I need the job. Let me keep the job. Like, I had that job. I don't really see me being a mother like that. I'll keep the job. So you've already told on yourself. You've already told on yourself. No, that's not what
I said. I said I don't.
Yes, ma'am, that is what you said.
Why I wouldn't be.
That is what you said.
I said I wouldn't understand why I couldn't have a kid and work for Deemer part-time. Like,
because how can you exercise or focus on being a mother when you're splitting your attention between motherhood and the requirements of your employer?
So you think that
okay, slow down. No, slow down. I asked a question. That was not a rhetorical question. I will ask again. How can you focus on being a good mother when you are deliberately splitting your attention between the requirements of being a mother and the obligations of your job?
You organize your time.
Okay, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you about organizing time. I'm saying, how can you be a great mother if you are splitting your attention, ma'am?
You organize your time.
But you can't organize your time. That's the problem. This is the problem with females today. If you all want to know why it is that men don't want to have kids with you all today, is because listen to what you just said. The children can be organized around my job. Once again, to everybody who thought I was putting words in her mouth, she keeps trying to shoehorn in that job, even though the job, by definition, is an obstacle to raising the children. But in her fantasy world, the children will just sit there like little mannequins when she leaves the room. And then when she comes back, they'll reanimate to life again. Children are a constant obligation, particularly when they're infants between the ages of 0 and 4, ma'am. They need constant attention. So what exactly was your plan between the ages of 0 and 4? How did you think that was going to go?
Well, I figured that I would be a full-time mom, but then work part-time.
Ma'am, you're not even able to keep the phone full-time against your mouth. Try again.
I figured I would be a full-time mom and work part-time, or work per diem. So,
now, are you saying between the ages of 0 and 4?
Yeah, so obviously when you go on maternity leave, you get whatever time you get, but then instead of going back to work and saying, oh, I'm going to commit to doing full-time hours, tell them like, oh, hey, I had a kid, so I can only come in and work like 1 or 2 days a week.
Right, I just want you all to understand that. So she's articulating for you what can't happen. In her mind, she's fantasizing that it'll get the results she's saying. She just said, no, I'm not going to be there full-time for my kids. I'm not. Now, she on the one side of her mouth, she keeps saying I can do that, and then she immediately comes back and starts showing the lie about that. Oh, I'll be working part-time. She will not focus on being a mother full-time. So a man needs to understand that he's dealing with a female who's trying to give his children partial focus. From there, a man needs to decide if this woman is the one he wants to put in charge of his legacy, because she's telling him, I don't really care about your legacy. I need to keep my job. That's how I define myself. As opposed to, I'm here to focus on being a wife and a mother, not a worker. A man needs to understand that.
But I feel like that really makes sense in 2022. Like, I could understand back in the day, but I really don't see how that's realistic. Even if a person is making okay, take for example, my uncle.
Okay, let's try this a different way here, ma'am. If your husband made $500,000 a year, how many women would you expect him to have?
I guess we would be married, so it would just be me.
No, ma'am. Okay, but that's very old fashioned, isn't it? That's very back in the day, isn't it? That's not very 2022.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That was a good. That was a very good example.
No, ma'am. I'm just repeating your words. That, by the way, here's the way things work. Yeah. Women only want traditional values when it favors them in their selfishness. They do not want traditional values to be an objective reality that everybody has to live by. They just want to see if they can exploit other people through it. But it's not something that they actually believe in. Because if they actually believed in it, then they would live by it. So if you believe that, oh, this is the year 2022 and things have changed, you know what? That sounds great. Mm-hmm. So if this man makes more money, then he should obviously have access to more women. Otherwise, you're trying to hamstring him to some old-fashioned traditional stereotype that doesn't apply anymore. Now don't look now, everybody. She's about to become a staunch advocate of old-fashioned traditional values. Don't look now. She's about to become the biggest cheerleader in New Jersey for those old-fashioned non-2020, pre-2022 values that she was just criticizing a moment ago. That didn't take long. Here's the real issue. Here's the real issue, ma'am. The real issue here is that you're not really a woman that a man who could do that for would gravitate to. That a man who wants to see about his legacy is not going to entrust it to a female who's coming in the door talking about, oh, I'm going to be a part-time mom. Now, a man who just don't give a damn, and there are a bunch of beta simps like that out there, that guy, he'll let you do that. But to a man who's about something, he's not going to let you sit up here and tell him this foolishness about you going to be a part-time mom. He's going to be like, damn your job. These are my kids. And you sitting up here talking about, yeah, but I need to hold on to that. So if he's hearing you holding on to these coping mechanisms and these to challenge his authority, he needs to understand, hey, this is a real clear and present threat. And she's not going to give this up. She wants the job because she wants veto power. She wants to arrange her family around her job. She'll tell whatever fairy tale she needs to and try to reword it. Oh, we'll organize our time. You shouldn't have to organize your children. It should be, these are the children. This is my family. I got kids and a husband. Life has changed, and that needs to be my focus. And that's not what you said. You said, yeah, I'll see if I can fit the kids in around the job. Oh, let me go get a part-time job. Well, let me go ahead and see if I can get back in there a little bit of time. As opposed to, yeah, something's got to give. So a man needs to be forewarned. If he gets with this female, he's gonna have to sacrifice his ideas of a family because she's not invested. She's not interested. How long ago was the last time you were pregnant?
Like when I was 25, 24.
So that was before you met this man?
Yeah.
And you believe that a man can trust you with his genetic legacy?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Do you hear this irrational babble here? What happened to your first 2 pregnancies, ma'am?
The people or what I did?
What you said you've been pregnant twice. What happened to the first 2 pregnancies, ma'am? Second try.
Oh, okay. Well, I got an abortion.
No, you got more than one. Yeah, you got a couple of abortions. So she's running a chop shop, but she's telling the rest of the world how much she values children. And when you tell her that, by the way, you don't think very much of children, she'll argue with you. She's not even listening to herself. Just understand that she doesn't hear herself. She believes everybody just hears whatever she wants them to hear. She's not listening to herself. She doesn't think we actually hear what she's saying. She doesn't actually believe we can hear this. She thinks we're all just believing whatever she feels, but she doesn't actually believe it. She doesn't actually know that we're hearing what she's saying. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. This is not motherhood material. It's not. Worker material, maybe girlfriend material, though I don't know how far I'd stretch that, but mother material, she's not focused on that. She doesn't even have the instincts for it. Which, by the way, if you all remember when I started the program here, just in case anybody thought I was just making this up as I go along, remember what I said? When a woman starts telling herself that she can be a producer, she loses her motherly instincts. And that goes for Mary J. Blige, too. No, folks, I wasn't making this up. These are ironclad rules you can take a look at. The proof is very self-evident. So, like I say, you would need to have a wholesale reevaluation of your priorities. You'd have to have a wholesale reevaluation of them because you're not family-oriented, you're job-oriented, and very much self-oriented. You would have to replace this narcissistic focus on self and replace it with a man and children. And so far, you have demonstrated you have contempt for both. And that would need to be changed before you could even discuss going forward, because you don't qualify for a man who's going to risk a man who's got something to lose. An above average man is not going to risk his legacy on this.
Well, I mean, I guess I could respectfully agree to disagree.
Your life isn't something to disagree about, ma'am. All I'm doing is quoting to you your existence. That's not a matter of opinion. I mean, it's what's sitting right in front of us is what's sitting right in front of us.
I think it is. That's why I said I feel like I could respectfully agree to disagree. It is, at the end of the day, your opinion. So.
Unless you've been lying, that's not my opinion. Those are your circumstances.
No, I haven't been lying. I'm saying that what you're saying
if you're not lying,
still to me just your opinion.
If you're not lying, then there's only one way you could have ended up here. Just saying. It's not 50 different ways. There's not 50,000 different ways you could have ended up here. There's really only one. It's the same one. All of you take the same road. You all claim you're driving different cars, okay, but you're on the same road. And what I'm saying is by the results and behaviors and the outcomes that you got here, it's not hard to figure out how you got here. But if you doubt, but like I say, what she's saying is don't worry, they can't see my life. They'll just go with whatever I say. If you doubt, if you want to question that, okay, give yourself a year. And when the situation has not changed, because you've made it very clear, you're not trying to have these things, you're trying to avoid them. When the situation hasn't changed, just remember, it wasn't accidental. But you're more than welcome to check back with me in a year.
All right.
I'll be here.
All right.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Like I say, folks, she doesn't know we can hear her. In her mind, she's got this idea that if I say it, they'll believe what I'm saying. They won't take a look at what I'm doing. They'll believe what I'm saying. She doesn't understand that we actually can see and hear what she's saying. She doesn't understand it. And there's a lot of them like that. There's a lot of them who believe that if they just say it, then everybody's going to go along with it. Caller Mary Code 305. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
TBA, this your boy One Love 305, man. What it do?
One Love out the 305. I got your emails, brother. As a matter of fact, I've been meaning to get a hold of you here. I've had folk mess with my email, but I got your emails about there, brother. Like I say, there's been a whole lot going on down there. I'm glad to see you got things, you're starting to get things straightened out and whatnot. But it's been some trials and tribulations, but I see you getting things reorganized down there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, I started to hang up, man, because I got on late, man. My apologies. I had some meetings to deal with. They kind of extended a little bit, but I started to hang up, man, because you just handling it so well. You know what I mean, bro? You breaking it down to them with the honesty, the brutal honesty that needs to come across, TBA, man. And I know you're busy. You know what I mean. I just wanted to. As far as just regarding the emails and stuff, I just wanted you to, see the good and the bad. Like I say, you got to take the good and the bad and see what we're going through. But I was trying my best to get off this meeting tonight because I just wanted to jump on this topic you had, man. This so real and so needed, TBA. That when it comes down to what Mary J. Blige going through, all I can say is welcome to equality. Not reality. Welcome to equality. You ask for stuff that you really hadn't considered. You see, so when you want equality, that's what it is. When you get treated equally, you feel mistreated. You make all the money. That's what you wanted. You, like you said, they give them veto power. But what they say, TBA, heavy is the head that holds the crown. So now that you got that veto power, you also got obligations. You didn't want no man to be able to tell you what to do. So you wanted to make the money. That means you providing for the man. So usually it's the man. That's the natural order of things. The man provides for the woman. But since you wanted to break the order, then you got to eat that egg that just got broken. So now you got to provide for him after you leave or after the relationship dissolves. So I don't feel bad for her at all. Talking about, oh, she going broke. How bad they feel for the men who go broke. They got to pay for somebody to stay in their house after they paid for the house and they have to leave and the authorities put them out their house.
Well,
So
I'll go
that
even further.
conversation-
I'll go even further in Mary J. Blige's case. And like I say, you and I are both older cats, so we watched her come up from the soil. And, you know, I got nothing but, you know, respect for what she's done. She's a very talented woman. You know, you can't take that away from her, but we got to separate the professional from the personal. I got to do that for a moment. And you and I both know what her history has been like. We know the men she's been rolling with now for over 2 decades, going on 3 decades now. We watched it. We watched her come from obscurity, and we watched the very first nigga she got with once she got on. We watched the very first one. And maybe you could have written that one off and said she was young, but then we see a steady stream of it. Now, I don't really think that her last husband was that bad of a dude, but because certainly at the beginning, everything was fine. I mean, 11 years, you don't hang in there 11 years with a bad dude. And she doesn't really have anything bad to say. And so, okay, he had a side chick. Here's the problem. There's a part of the sentence that's missing. He had a mistress while he was married to Mary J. Blige. That's like me hearing from Wendy Williams' husband. I had a mistress. Yeah, but I'm married to Wendy Williams. Nigga, you don't understand. I'm married to Wendy Williams. Oh, you might need a side chick. Dude, I'm married to Mary J. Blige. Oh, you might need a side chick. If we're going to be totally honest about it. Yeah, I'm married to Oprah. Oh, hell, you need a couple of side broads. You don't need just one, my nigga. You need 2, okay? Take 2 of these, call me in a month. So that matters, okay? That matters. If I was married to Mary J. Blige, I might need a side chick too. Just to make it through the day, okay? Just to make it through the day. Just to make it past them blonde wigs, man. I might need a side chick just to get by.
TVA, you hitting it. And that point you just made, that goes to the previous caller. She kept saying, well, while I don't want to just sit at the house and do nothing, hey, what do you think that man was doing? Why all those blonde wigs was going on tour all that time? He ain't want to sit at the house neither. That, like you say, taking applications, baby, I need these side chicks when you ain't here. So then when the shoe on the other foot, them shoes too tight now. But when you were walking in them, hey man, them shoes still good. You all right. So I respect Mary J. just like you. Like you said, we watched what she went through, man. You know, we watched her come up. But a person only treats you how you allow yourself to be treated. And you cannot complain when you get what you ask for, TBA. Man, I love you. I got your back. I appreciate all the support from you. You know what I'm saying? And you responding to me every time, man. I just had to get on. Man, you on fire, TBA. And I got some more stuff for you, man. I try to stay off your email as much as I can, man. But bro, I got to chop it up with you, man. You on fire tonight. Do your thing, player. Be one.
Thank you very much, brother. We appreciate that. Stay safe down there. And like I say, definitely, I I'm just telling you right now, if you married to Mary J. Blige, if you think you got a Stepford wife and she's sitting there cooking meals and cleaning and stuff, man, where the hell you come from? I don't know if this woman could boil an egg, so I don't know what kind of wife y'all think Mary J. Blige is, but come on now. Now, I'm not saying what he did was, I'm not saying what allegedly occurred, because we don't know. I'm not saying what allegedly occurred was right. What I am saying is, oh, you was married to Mary. Oh, okay. Well, I've got to take that under consideration. I got to. Caller from area code 412. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Good evening, Jason. My name is Robert. I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Robert from Pittsburgh, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I really respect you taking the time to try to address a situation that's really highlights, and it almost disheartens me to see the psychological illness of our people. It seems that our community is in trouble and need healed. But the community won't be healed until the black men is healed, and the black men won't be healed until the black woman is healed. Because the ruins of a society start in the home, as you well know that. The media programming that steers our women to dysfunction of thinking that they can, as long as they're being producers, it's a coping mechanism that they accept them full-heartedly. Basically, what I wanted to ask you was, what do you suggest is the most important thing the woman, and even including the men, must do to correct this dysfunction that speaks of genocide in our community? Because if you have the women not wanting to fulfill their roles, it throws the men off, and if you have the men not fulfilling their roles, it throws the women off.
Right.
So I think this is
it certainly throws things out of balance. That's the real problem.
It's out of balance.
Here's the real issue here, okay? As men, what you said is really at the heart of it. As the men, we are going to have to recognize that this constitutes an existential threat. This is not simply a social inconvenience. It is not simply a temporary embarrassment. This represents and constitutes an existential threat on our part. Because we're the targets of it. Let's be very, very clear. We are the targets of it. So, ultimately, I have very little doubt that our survival instincts are going to win out in the end. I have no doubt that that is going to occur. But if you want to know what's going to cause it, it is our survival instinct, because ultimately, we understand that slavery is the first step to extinction. When somebody enslaves you, and that's the first step before wiping you out. So if they're trying to subjugate us, minimize us, diminish us, throughout history we've understood that. When invaders come in, the first people that they target are the males, the warrior class. So if people are trying to neuter you, diminish you, that's the first step to annihilating you. Biology takes over after that. So they'll ride for a little bit, which is what they've been doing, but eventually, like I say, it runs out, because you take a look at how many young cats are calling me. They call me all the time, hey, I was raised by, just a skullduggerous woman, and yet I understand that's not right. So after all those decades under her brainwashing, he still understands it's not right. Even if he doesn't actually have the tools to be able to correct it, he knows he's not supposed to be there. And that alone is the genesis of everything being right. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 520. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Tanesa. I'm calling from Sierra Vista, Arizona. I've called in before.
Hello, Janesa. What's on your mind?
I listen to your program every now and again. It pops up in my feed quite often. I agree, I think, with your values, but I don't really agree with your assessment of how to reach those values. And it just kind of makes me worried for the women that tune in and listen to you. Now, I do understand that it sounds like
what exactly is it that you are, quote, worried about?
Well, let me say this. First of all, I'll say this. It sounds like you know your audience, because the women that have called in have said that they appreciate your show and they like your advice. So I will give you that. You're reaching these women. They see something in you. They like it.
That's not a very helpful tone. Now, the last time you came in yelling and screaming, I had to get rid of you. So hopefully that won't happen. But that's not a very good tone to strike off on. I don't want to talk about the other women who called in. I asked you, I'm asking you, what is the inaccuracy in what I've said tonight? What is factually inaccurate?
The things that I disagree with you are, you talk about women and what they bring to the table. Their job doesn't matter, but also I've heard you refer to females as bummy chicks, so there is that,
Do you think a job determines whether a female is bummy or not?
Well, the way when you said it to the man, you were talking about how much he earned and the type of woman that he must have around him.
Okay,
because
I'll try this. I'll try this again. You were asked a question. Are you saying that a job is what determines whether a female is bummy or not?
I don't believe that. I don't say that. I don't call women bummy. You said it, so you can say.
And neither do I. And neither do I. I've never said that. I never implied it. If you thought that, you are highly mistaken and erroneous as usual. I've never said that. So I just wanted to see if that's what you were saying, because I know I never said it. So the only person suggesting that is, you.
Okay, and I'm a woman, and let me just offer this perspective to you, because you talk a lot about men being producers, but it's like there's something more that men need to bring than just like a high earning income.
I've said that already. You've missed. First of all, I said that at the beginning of the program. I never said that. I literally said that income alone is not what determines a man's value. I said that at the beginning of this program. So what you're saying is I said that and you're deliberately ignoring that so you can make some other point that suggests I said the opposite. I literally said that at the beginning of the program, man. Well, how long you were listening to tonight's program? When did you start listening? 10 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago? When did you start listening to tonight's program?
Maybe around it's 10 o'clock now, maybe around 7 o'clock. I don't know what time you started.
Well, this is what you get for being late. But in any case, ma'am, I literally already covered this, so no. And no one would suggest that a man's income alone is what determines his value. I had a program here last week talking about Russell Wilson. Yeah, he makes income, but I would not call him an alpha because alphas are defined by power and he refuses to exercise it. So income doesn't do that. For a man, income is a side effect of his accomplishments. Now, that's the most important thing. Not his income, but what type of person he is, and the income is a side effect. I said that several times throughout several hours of tonight's program.
Okay, well, this is what I'm trying to get to. Maybe you can see the difference between where I'm coming from and where you're coming from. And mind you, I already kind of feel like I'm off foot because, like I said, you know your audience. You use the word nigga. I don't know any black man that uses the word nigga, but you call other black men. So you're kind of that type of demographic.
You don't know any black man who uses that word.
Rap stars and entertainers, things like that. Not personally, my father doesn't use it. I didn't marry someone that used it. I don't use it.
Is your father black or white?
Black.
Are you sure?
Yeah. We don't use that word. We don't call each other nigger.
Are you sure?
Why would you want to?
Are you sure he's black?
Okay, but as a woman, where I was going with this is that I see that you give the men like more leeway when you're rating the women, telling them that they're a 2 or a 4 or a 6, or saying that they should consider that they're maybe from that perspective. But do you know how women think? Like, do you know like, for instance, me, I don't know if you have any women that listen to you that think the way that I do, since, like I said, we're coming from 2 different demographics. But what about power, And as Black men, because you're always talking about what Black men have, what Black women have, what Black women bring to the table. But think about it from the perspective of a woman.
Ma'am, I haven't said a word about what Black women bring to the table. I literally did a program called The Table, and it didn't discuss about what women bring to the table, ma'am.
Okay, well, what is it when you tell a woman that she brings herself, and you tell her to rate herself? That's what I'm talking about.
The only thing that a woman offers a man in a relationship is herself. She can't offer her income because we don't look to be protector and provider. She can't offer her masculinity because we certainly don't want that. She can't offer her ability to, quote, defend us because we don't expect that either. The only thing that a man gets in a relationship with a woman is her. That's all he gets.
I do believe that a lot of Black men more so value women that are earners, whether they're supposed to or not.
But the quality of those men is the problem. So yes, you can say there are a lot of males out there, but the quality of the male is what you're leaving out. You're not speaking on. By the way, what type of guy prioritizes that? And is he the kind that the females want? Oh yeah, he's not the kind of guy that the females want. So the very male you're talking about, he's exactly the kind of guy that the females avoid, like anthrax.
Well, in the Black community, women are usually the bread earners in their household.
That is a lie.
That's what I'm talking about.
That is a lie, ma'am. That is a lie. The only place where Black women
are all of the women callers that you had, that was their situation.
Ma'am, be quiet. What you just said was an outright lie, and I'm not going to sit here and let you promote a lie to people because for some crack pipe-induced fantasy to substantiate this irrational nonsense. Black women are the poorest women in America. I did my program a few weeks ago about Black women will work till they die. It very clearly shows that Black men, and let me go ahead and put this on the screen, for the ADHD people out there in Arizona, let me go ahead and put this on the screen for you here so that you can understand. When we talk about Black women's income, no ma'am, it's nowhere near Black men's. Not even close. When it comes to savings, when it comes to investments, it's nowhere near Black men's.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing income.
Okay,
I'm saying
the
when
last
Black
time I
men
spoke
get with
to
Black
you,
women.
you got dropped the last time I spoke to you. If you attempt to talk over me, ma'am, you're going to get dropped.
A man that makes even less than her.
Ma'am, this will be the last time you are told with your size 22 self, do not talk over the host again. The last time I dropped your call, this time I will ban you. Do not talk over me again. You're not doing that much meth. Do not talk over me again. Period. And by the way, you don't act like a nigga, you just act like a pig. By the way. Not very ladylike. And you have a repeat habit of it. And I understand there are mentally and emotionally disturbed people who every pick up a phone. Don't pick up mine. Now, the fact of the matter is that Black men make substantially more money than Black women. You don't even want to take a look at it over a lifetime. When it comes to investment, Black men are far more invested than Black women. Far more invested. When you talk about Black women being the breadwinners, that's only single moms, ma'am. That is not married couples. You are discussing and referencing only single moms. Well, damn, of course you should be the breadwinner. Your competition is your children. But in a married household, no ma'am, not even close. Little things like the facts get in your way. This is a myth that failed single moms and bitter females have circulated amongst themselves. The problem is the facts are clearly that that's a lie. And you all have spread the lies so much that you don't even care that it's a lie anymore. Problem, the real world does. Black women are not outproducing black men at any facet of life anywhere. The only place you can find a modicum of that is between the ages of 20 and 25 at entry-level jobs. But what we do find, and it's not my word, it's the Social Security Administration, what people actually pay in, what you do find is that black women stall by the time they get in their late 20s. They stall. Once they get to 30, black men take off and don't look back. And the numbers are very clear. So no, ma'am, what you just spouted is a well-worn lie that failed black females and a cynical media tries to regurgitate, but they know full well it's a lie. Black women are not breadwinners anywhere except as single in households where there is no man. The only place where black women out-earn black men is in a house where there isn't a man. When there is one, typically speaking, the man is making more. And even the phone calls I took tonight bore that out, with the exception of the one, although at the beginning I'm pretty sure he was making more money than her, which is why she was okay when she was out there in Valdosta, Georgia. It was only once she got to Texas that all of a sudden it was different. But even at the beginning, yeah, he was doing better than her then too. So no, ma'am, you don't get to make up your own false reality to substantiate some fiction that you wish were true. In the real world, what you said is a lie.
Oh, no, I definitely don't wish that was true.
Well, fortunately, it's not. So congratulations. I'm sure you feel a lot better now. Now that you realize that was a lie you were telling, do you feel better now? Are you relieved now that you know it was a lie?
I want black women to be happy and to be with
Okay, let me try this again. Now that you know that what you said was a lie, do you now feel relieved? Now that you know the stuff you were saying was a lie, do you feel better now?
No, I've never said that.
But you claim that you wish it were true. You said you wish it were true, but it is true.
I'm talking about partnerships and marriages.
Okay. Does a woman want to partner with a man, or does a woman want to submit to a man?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. Is that
okay? That was a yes or no question. That was a yes or no question.
What they were rating.
That was a yes or no question. Does a woman wish to partner with a man, or does she wish to submit to a man?
A real man, a man that is able to actually be a man. She wants to be able. I don't know your demographic. For me, as a woman,
that was a yes or no question.
I want a man that has
that
power,
was a yes or no question, ma'am.
To that man.
That was a yes or no question.
I don't know.
Then you shouldn't be talking.
I don't know
okay,
what your
if
demographic
you don't,
woman wants
ma'am,
to do.
I asked you what you think. Do you believe
women want a real man?
I didn't ask if they want a real man. I said, do women want to submit to a man?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you see how long she fought that? Mental illness is a real thing in black society, although in her case, I'm not sure about the black part, but I will just play along here anyway. But in any case, a woman is looking for a man she can submit to. A woman can't submit to a man who is not her financial or social leader. I've said that many times. You've heard that before. You tried to argue with it before. The bottom line is, how does she submit to a man who is not her financial or social leader?
I don't recommend it. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I don't recommend it at all. What I'm saying is you're giving the men too much leeway. You're telling the women, oh, you're not going to be able to get anybody. You just better stay where you are. I'm not saying that you should tell them to divorce or anything like that, but you're grading them too low.
Okay,
you know?
First of all, you don't. First of all, you can't make that decision. I'm a man. I am an unmarried man. I am affluent, unmarried, and eligible.
Exactly, and that's what I'm telling you from a woman's perspective. Like what a woman would think of a man.
Let me try this. Let me try this again. Be quiet. You cannot speak on what qualifies a woman. You are a female. You're not out here looking for a woman to protect and provide for. Maybe you are, but you don't represent the females who are looking for a man. I am affluent. I am unmarried, and I am available. I am supremely qualified to be able to judge whether a female is going to be able to get a man who is affluent, unmarried, and available. I'm the only one who can. You don't even have an opinion.
Okay, but what about my perspective? What about what I think of you?
But it doesn't matter what you think when we're talking about what qualifies the women. And it would only matter if I wanted to be your protector and provider, because you're trying to get me to offer you something. I'm not trying to get you to offer me anything. You're the one who wants, if you're the woman who wants a man, then you're trying to get me to give you something. It doesn't matter what you think of me. You're trying to sell something to me. I ain't trying to sell nothing to you. So why should I take you up on your offer? What's in it for me? A size 22 chick from Arizona? No thanks.
From a woman's perspective, you rate yourself, like, for instance, I'm not presenting myself to you, so you don't need to say no thank you to me, you know? But you need to know that everyone, you're not ranked where you think you're ranked, you know? At your age, male sperm ages. I don't know if you knew that. You might want to freeze some,
ma'am.
You know,
if you don't just stop the nonsense,
you're more likely
ma'am, stop the nonsense.
An autistic child.
Just knock it off.
The older you get,
stop
as a male.
ma'am. Stop the nonsense. Just knock it off. Just quit. Quit while you're behind. You know, I don't even quit while you're ahead. Just quit while you're behind. Just knock it off. The females need to hear from an objective male. Your thoughts are irrelevant. They're nonsense. They're not even white noise. It's just plain noise. A woman's never going to learn anything by listening to you. She needs to listen to the men, because at the end of the day, she wants one of us to respond to her. So what you're saying isn't just babble. It's gobbledygook. She's looking for a man to take her off the market. It doesn't matter whether you approve of us or not. It doesn't matter whether you like what we're saying or not. No woman is trying to get you to marry her. They're trying to get one of us to do it. So what we think is the only thing that matters. You can agree, you can disagree. The men don't care, and guess what? The women that you're talking about don't care either, because they know you ain't going to come protect and provide for them. You're not even thinking about it. All you're going to do is whine about what we're saying, but they're going to check and see, okay, who's going to come take care of me? Only one of us men. That's it. We're the only ones. That's all. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to do anything for any of these females.
And hopefully you will do that. Hopefully, but that's not what I'm hearing.
We're doing it now. We're doing it now. My job is, if a female asks me where she's at, I can help shine some light and illuminate where she is at. And the fact that I am able to accurately predict their circumstances and exactly tell them why they are where they're at, yeah, that's the proof that I know what the hell I'm talking about. Now, the fact you find it unpleasant doesn't mean anything other than the fact that you're very misinformed, very misaligned, and very much in need of change. If it's uncomfortable, you need to take some medicine. We don't need to change reality because you find reality to be unpleasant. You need to figure out why you're at war with reality. That's the adjustment you need to make. The men don't need to change anything. We just need to be brutally honest with them. And these women, this is what they qualify for.
No, I'm not thinking that you need to change anything.
We're here. I can tell them what they qualify for, and the lives that they're living tell them what they qualify for. And I'm telling them, yes, your life is lining up with what I see. It's lining up. They're just calling me for confirmation that, am I really seeing what I think I see? Yes, you're really seeing what you think you see. What are my options? One or two. But you got here for a reason. I'm just here to report the news. That's it. But nobody wants to hear your make-believe. What you're doing is deadly damage and violence to women by telling them about this make-believe garbage, that they can circumvent men's thoughts, because at the end of the day, they're depending on us to move. We got to make a move to improve their lives. At the end of the day, that's what the women are looking for is, hey, how do I get these men to move? And you're sitting up here pretending that you can bully us into moving for something that doesn't motivate us or incentivize us. And all you're going to have is a bunch of chicks who are lonely and alone like you.
Not at all. That's
yes,
not what I'm
you
thinking.
Are. Yes,
that was not my that was not the way that I was thinking that it should happen. The way that I'm thinking that it should happen is that women should consider a more broad perspective. Like, why are they valuing people that have that type of value system? You know, there's other things to consider in men, you know?
Ma'am,
That's what
is
I'm
okay.
thinking, you know?
There are other things to consider in men, such as
power, you know?
okay. How can a man?
That's very
Okay.
attractive. Like, for instance,
So I haven't
you
been
can
talking about
you can come
power.
down.
So I have not been talking about power. Is that what you're saying? My channel literally has the banner. This is the School of Power Dynamics. And what the hell are you talking about? They're lacing that meth out there with some rat poison or something. What are you talking about? All we discuss is power dynamics. My channel is about power dynamics. What the hell is this?
When I listen to the men that call into your show, I'm not hearing men that are empowered. When I listen to
what qualifies you to speak
all
on
of
that?
Your talking points,
what qualifies you to speak on whether a man is powerful or not?
When I look at a powerful man,
I asked what
see
qualifies
the way that
you.
they operate,
I asked
the way
what
that they
qualifies you to speak. I didn't ask what you see. What qualifies you out there in little old Podunk, Arizona, to speak on whether a man is powerful or not? To judge that. What are your your credentials? What are your credentials?
To go by what I consider powerful.
What are
talking
your
about
credentials
how
to judge
I consider that of value.
Man, what are your credentials to judge whether a man is powerful or not?
My own personal taste and desires. That's what anybody would do.
Okay, so you're with a powerful man now?
No. Mm-mm.
And I don't think you've ever been. You sound like a good size 22. So you're very much complaining and whining about what men want, but the problem is you're not what men want. And certainly not what men of power.
I'm not
certainly
complaining
not what
about,
men of
I'm
power
not
and
complaining
means
about
want.
what men want.
Yes, you are. You're complaining about what men want and inversely about what women should want as a result. No, what women want is biological, and that's not going to change. Not now, not ever. And you can't count a man as powerful if he's flat broke.
It came to mind how I should word this. What I want to say is you're forgetting a dynamic. When you are judging between the sexes, you're forgetting a dynamic, you know, that women could also, because like you said, it's not about what she brings to the table, she only brings herself. And you're forgetting that there's another dynamic going on, you know. Black men are oppressed and subjugated in this country. That's a huge burden for any woman to get with a man that's under the foot of another man, you know.
Okay.
That right
so
there, it's like
what do you think the women should? What do you think the women should prioritize? Give me the 3 things that you think a woman should prioritize when choosing a man.
Okay. Power.
That's a metaphor. Power is a metaphor.
Like,
what power is a metaphor? What kind of power?
Okay. What is it? It's like a man that is in control and rulership of his environment.
Okay, control and rulership. Those are metaphors. Show me a man who is in control and rulership. Quote, control and rulership of his environment. What is this, Conan the Barbarian? What are you talking about? Give me an example. Give me an example. Give me an example.
An example would be, okay, for instance, if he has complaints, then he's able to carry out his solutions for the complaints in his life. You know, that type of thing.
Okay, what we got here is Becky Babble. Here's what we have here. So, look, ladies, the only reason I entertain this phone call for any real length of time is I want you all to understand that you all know when you listen to another chick who's just sitting up here babbling, if you want to know the reason why it is that females don't tell each other about the shoes they get or the dresses they get or whatever, they don't depend on another woman to protect and provide, this phone call right here is exactly it. The women are going to listen to the men because we're the only ones going to move. This type of babble interests you. It doesn't do anything to help the women whatsoever. None. Money is how we keep score. Accomplishment is how we keep score. Rulership, what the hell? Metaphors don't help anybody. What you're looking for is a man who has competence. You're looking for a man who has accomplishment. And you're looking for a place where you can demonstrably measure both of those. And that's going to be it. His income is a critical factor in that. It is not the only factor, but it is a critical factor. By definition, you can't be powerful and broke. You can't be.
Moral character is also another one.
Morality is an opinion.
It is an opinion.
Okay, then you can't go off of that. Then you can't go off of that because that's an opinion. That's not an objective reality. It's an opinion. What else you got?
That would be absolutely number 2 on my list. Like moral character first, like power.
Okay, but what constitutes moral? What constitutes moral enough for you may not constitute moral to any other female.
Yeah,
okay. So
that's true.
So in other words, that's how you know that that's a silly statement to make, because what constitutes moral to you may not constitute moral to any other female. So no woman can listen to what you're saying and use that as a metric, because by definition, that's a personalized one for you. That isn't an objective one that can apply to all women. What you need to do is just go back over my archive of videos and just listen. Stop arguing. Do your job. Assume your position. Take notes. That's all you need. Take notes. Hit the treadmill. Eat a green leafy diet, but just take notes.
Why can't you just like listen to me as a person? Why do you have to pretend that I'm something that's on drugs, that has mental issues, that's overweight, and all this other stuff? You see what I'm saying?
I don't have to pretend.
Like, it's disingenuous.
I don't have to pretend. We can just play back, man. What you're
those
saying
things
is,
aren't true about me.
What
None
you're
of those
saying
things
is
are true.
circular Becky babble.
So why can't you just accept me for me? And why can't you just accept me this is coming from my opinion?
I accept you
I'm actually not overweight, and I actually never have done drugs.
I accept you as a size 22 babbler. I accept you for what you are. There's no argument.
But it's not true.
Okay.
Why do you have to?
What I'm going to do? What I'm going to
do?
I'm going to send you a text message. And you can send me back a picture.
I don't get on Snapchat and all that stuff. You've already tried that before, remember? I'm not on there.
You can send me a picture of a selfie of yourself making the peace sign with your left hand. That doesn't require Snapchat, Instagram, or anything else. You already have a cell phone that has a camera. It'll take you all of 30 seconds.
It's 10:27. I work. I have a bonnet on my head, and I have face cream on right now. So, no, I won't be doing that,
Okay. You have a bonnet and face cream that will not in any way inhibit our ability to see whether you are a size 2 or a size 22.
Yeah.
That won't inhibit our ability to see that.
That's another thing that you do. Like, what are you talking about? You know black women have hips and behinds.
All right. Well, like I say, we're over 4 hours long here, so I've really stretched this out about as far as I can go here. And that's about as much Becky babble as we can entertain right now. But just understand something. You're going to have people who are going to sit up here and just say anything. They're going to say anything. And if you allow them to, they will just tell you anything at all. They'll make up lies. The internet is very, very good for that kind of thing. I'm just the guy who gives you all the intellectual tools necessary to dissect these things so that you understand, oh yeah, this really is the right track to be on. This is the right track to be on. So now you got that taken care of for yourselves. But by the way, if you want the facts and the figures, yeah, you know it's not true. Now you just have the proof that you need that it's not true. So there you go. I did all the heavy lifting. And for those of you who didn't see my program about black women will work till you die, essential viewing, I think, on this channel, The Woman's Wasteland, Black Women Will Work Till You Die, and Valentine's Day, either 2021 or 2022. Either which one, you can take it in whichever order you want. But as far as I'm concerned, if you really want to get up to date really quickly here and get up to speed really, really fast, I think those are, in my opinion, that's essential reading. That's essential viewing. So if you're new here to the channel, you want to check those out. I think I might put those in the cards at the end of this video, by the way. But yeah, The Woman's Wasteland, Black Women Will Work Till You Die. You definitely want to check those out. The facts, the figures, the stats are there. So that way you don't have to argue about it anymore. Fully sourced. I did all the legwork for you. And unlike Kitten Heels and the Winosphere, I'm not making stuff up and then lying. And people go to the CDC website and see what I'm saying isn't true. What I'm saying, you can actually go ahead and validate it. It's real. It's up to date. Go ahead and do that. Hey, we've been here for a long damn time, but here tonight, over 4 hours. Yes, this is going to stay on YouTube, by the way. Over 4 hours, we did it again. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers. Shout out to all of y'all out there. My self-employed people, my stay-at-home parents. We got you through your shift at least halfway. We're very glad we were able to do that. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the definitive home and the definitive school of power dynamics. We do it like nobody else does. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time. If you haven't joined our Patreon, you want to check that out as well, too. You definitely want to be on top of that. I get to go in depth about these things one-on-one in conversation, so you want to be a part of that as well. And especially a big, big shout out to everybody and everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Big shout out to all of y'all. Thank you very much for holding it down with the likes here tonight. You know, the message is growing. The audience is growing. Things are going like they should be here. YouTube's going to try to hold us down. They may try to hold us down, but they can never hold us back. So just keep joining us here every week as we do what we do here. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.